Good evening and welcome to the Westborough Select Board meeting called here on Tuesday, September 27th, 2022. If I could ask all those that are able to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Just to note, this meeting that we are being recorded and live streamed by Westborough TV, so just wanted to disclose that up front. It is also disclosed and posted on our agenda, which was properly posted. So first thing on the agenda is open forum. I didn't have anybody that came to me requesting anything there. Seeing no one here, we'll skip over that one. So the next thing on the agenda, moving ahead, is a request to install a monument at intersection of Mount Pleasant and Warren Street. As you saw, this has been a request that came in front of the trustees of Soldiers Memorial, and as the Select Board representative on that, this was approved there to support the installation of the memorial at that intersection on the town property where there's a garden and already an existing statue. Retired Fire Chief Jim Parker had provided me some pictures that I included in the packet with some explanation. As I said, there's already a current monument there. This new monument will basically look exactly the same, with the exception that the plaque that goes on it will say different things. From a location standpoint, it will be on the opposite side of the garden, and but from a spacing perspective, as you could see through some of those drawings, it's identical in terms of its distance from the road and change. One of the rationale for putting it in the spot that it is actually that spot is in view of Reed and Roy Parker's house where they grew up. So it's actually a really nice spot for that in that space. This is being funded by anonymous donation, so this is not any taxpayer money or money coming from the trustees of Soldiers Memorials. This is all privately funded, and we appreciate that. It's before the Select Board because while it was approved by trustees of Soldiers Memorials, it is the Select Board's kind of responsibility here to approve placing it on town property. So just real quick, I think as folks may know, Reed and Roy Parker were lost in the sinking of the USS Jacob Jones on February 28, 1942. Again, brothers on the same ship, and one of the interesting things that I found out in this is their perishing in that incident, in that bombing by the Germans, created the policy now where no siblings can be stationed on the same vessel in war. So that kind of a little bit of history from a Westborough background. But again, this is in memory of Reed and Roy Parker, as I said, in this space which will be basically right across the street from where they grew up. So with that, I will make a motion, since I put it on here on behalf of the trustees, and then we can open up for questions. But basically, it's the move to improve the installation of a memorial to honor Reed Barnard Parker and Roy Abbott Parker at the intersection of Mount Pleasant and Warren Street. Said memorial to be consistent with the existing monument and installed at the direction of the DPW.
Second that.
Okay, open up for any questions or comments.
I'm just curious, looks like there's some gardens there. Are those maintained by the garden club or privately, or how?
Yeah, they're maintained by the garden club, which is working on it right now because it got a little overgrown this year. Yeah. But yeah, the DPW maintains the lawn. Garden club does that. DPW does the mulching and or provides the mulch in the garden club.
Great.
We'll keep that
Great, thank you.
updated. Yep.
Great thing to support.
Just a question on when do you think it would be installed? Is it something that's going to happen real soon here or next year, or?
I think it says hopefully as soon as it can get, if this gets approved tonight, I think the next step is to get the monument company working on it. So I don't know the exact time frame.
Yep. Okay.
But I think as soon as possible is the plan.
I would just share with you, I was just reading up about the Jacob Jones. It turns out August 11th of this year, they actually, British deep sea divers located the wreck. So it's just been discovered again, and they actually found the bell of the ship as well. So
Oh, no kidding.
Wow.
it's an amazing story if you read
Wow.
about it.
What was amazing too is actually it was sunk, I think if I got this right, and I'll get corrected, but 2 miles off the coast of New Jersey. So, but part of the problem was that the shoreline of the U.S. still had all their lights on, so it made it very easy targets for the ships for the Germans to see them. So that changed with kind of the blackout warnings, and
Wow.
in fact, blackouts, people would black out their windows all the way here in Westborough, even though we weren't on the coast. So, anything further on this?
No, I think just a comment, I mean, just looking at their ages, and it only has the years. It says Roy Parker was born in 1924. Was he even 18 years old? I mean, that's pretty incredible. I mean, and his brother maybe was 21. That's, it's,
16.
you
Yeah,
don't know
just
what to
seaman and
say.
yeoman.
Yep.
Yeah. Young.
Okay, all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present.
Thanks
And
to the
thank you.
trustees for bringing this forward, and
Yep.
to the family.
Thank you to the Parker family, too.
Yes,
So
thank
much
you.
appreciated, and we are good to go. One of the questions came up, Christie, on this one, is there anything further they need to work with the company? I know it's via the DPW now, but anything they need from us in terms of after our approval, just that it's approved?
No,
and-
I think it's just that it's approved. You're
Okay.
accepting the gift.
Perfect. Just so the board to know, we have our next trustee Soldiers Memorial meeting next Monday night, so I will just update the trustees too that this has been completed. Okay. I'm going to move a couple things around here. We have a couple of spots on the agenda about reviewing town meeting warrant articles, but we did have a request from the school department to come early. So Amber, if you are ready, this was under item 7 where we had reviewed town meeting warrant articles, including all of the warrant articles. This is a new one that
No, I just sent it to you.
that the superintendent wants to address here, so.
Thank you. Sela's going to project my slides since I was missing a part of my tech. Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street, Superintendent of Schools. I appreciate you moving me in the agenda tonight. I don't take that lightly. I am looking, given that this article is just coming to you now, I wanted to make sure I came and spoke with you, so thank you. This is to discuss the Hastings School warrant article with the objective of extending its scope, and I'm going to walk you through it. I think the article is really well written, and I want to give a thank you to Christy, who really carried this for me today and worked with bond counsel to make sure that the wording was effective. So let me see. Are you?
Yeah, this was added,
So-
this is a new one, it's Article 30,
Article
so it's the
30.
last one,
Yeah,
starting
so
on
this
page
letter-
12 of the packet we.
Right.
received.
So the simple delineation of this is that, as you know, the Hastings project has a long trajectory of history as we've worked together collaboratively, you, town meeting, and the school committee, to do the repairs necessary to keep that building at a functional and updated level. To no one's fault of their own, it's a pretty complex project. And the pieces of it have become interwoven over the years, where we originally did the geothermal project, and then we did the entryway and picked up some additional spaces in there when we were doing our expansion to gain enrollment across district, and we then added sprinklers to that building. And in the trajectory of work to complete those project pieces so that we could then move forward with implementing the repair and installation of a new HVAC system, the cost of the project pieces that were done when we added the sprinklers tipped the percentage cost of the total building such that we then have ADA compliance requirements. So the design of Hastings has several things that need to be completed. The HVAC and now the ADA compliance and eventually the roof. We've talked about the roof through capital. So you have a kind of a problem now where you have articles that have been voted funding for the HVAC units, but we can't do the HVAC work until we do the ADA compliance work. And we've been talking about this in the finance subcommittee, at school committee, and in looking for ways to advantageously not attach additional funding, but to get the order of the projects correct so that we can move forward. So in looking at the two, we have two voted articles, one from 2019, one from 2022, combining $3 million worth of funding available to us for the installation of the HVAC system that we're unable to access until we do the compliance work of the ADA that's been triggered by just the cost of repairs in the building. So the school committee's proposal, which I think is effective and makes sense, would be to expand the scope of these two articles to allow the funding source available and voted and some borrowed and then additional borrow ready to be made to go ahead and access those funds to expand the scope to allow us to do the design of the ADA and make those repairs. And then any additional fundings, we would start the expansion towards the repair of the HVAC. So until we do the ADA compliance, complete that, and then finalize HVAC designs, we won't know what that gap in funding would be. But given the effective and ongoing thoughtful discussions we've had around, keeping a cap on new expenditures, it feels logical to do an expansion of scope on the funds that are available and allow us to basically complete the ADA as a package of the HVAC project. So I think it's financially, fiscally prudent, and those dollars are sitting there and they're not gaining value. They really aren't going to go as far as they would have gone, and they will go less far every day we leave them sitting there. So it feels illogical to come back and seek funding for the ADA article when there's funding available. So the expansion of the scope of the article feels like a logical step. The two projects, and if you read, and you can read at your leisure, the article information, the two projects are so intertwined. One triggers the other, that therefore it's inclusive of, in my mind, the HVAC project that we need to complete the ADA work. So it feels like a logical expansion of scope. And so that's what I'm bringing before you now. And the reason why we're bringing it to fall town meeting is because we'd like to get going. We have rough order of magnitude. We have early pricing on the ADA. We have early design drawings. They don't hold value, and then people want them redone. Like, it's wasting money and time when we have, preliminary plans and work that's been done, and we don't start leveraging bringing that work to fruition. So the hope would be to then vote this at fall town meeting and be able to then move forward to complete design and start doing that ADA work through the remainder of the year and summer, and then, assess where we are.
Are there questions from the board? Yes, I had one, so I believe, but correct me if I'm wrong, that the March 22 town meeting, when we appropriated the additional money, that was because we realized that the money that had already been appropriated was not enough for the HVAC.
We did the bid and the preliminary design drawings for HVAC, and it came, now that design is getting old, so yeah, the design build cost was way beyond scope, which is what we're finding, of course, with every pricing we have on building right now. So yes, you voted the additional funds to allow us to go out for the HVAC, and then when we went to move on those, found that they were busy completing the sprinklers, and it tripped the ADA compliance, and we're just kind of stuck in this loop. So the only way forward for Hastings to make any other additional repairs is to do the ADA work. And that's kind of the easy summary of the amount of meetings and professional consultation support that we've gotten on the project to date. And that still leaves, of course, as you know, the roof component sitting as a future to do.
But is it right, I mean, it doesn't sound like we have an estimate on the ADA, how much that will cost at this
We
point.
do have preliminary estimates on those, but again, preliminary estimates versus when they do the design drawings, we need to actually go to design, and so we need to access funds to let them take the rough order of magnitude layout they gave us. They've done the building walk down, they've given us the assessment of the spaces, they've given us documentation for what compliance benchmarks need to be met. So the work has happened that now we need to actually have them design and then, you know, do work. So we don't want to take that next step and can't because we don't have funding available for that.
Okay. But
we did some of that, Ian, within the scope of the HVAC exploration, but then we've kind of come to a place where anything beyond that in terms of informational is really requires a change in scope.
Okay. But is it fair, though, to say that because this money that was appropriated was just for the HVAC, that the expectation should be in the future that there'll be an additional amount needed to now do the HVAC
Yeah,
product?
at some point, yeah. Now, the hope would be that, you know, again, the leap between, as you've seen in multiple projects, between rough order of magnitude and final design bid build drawings and costs when you go out to bid, there's been gaps that have happened for all the projects that are going on. Although we were advantageous with the Armstrong roof and it came in about where we had expected. So maybe we'll get lucky. But there could be additional funding left within the scope of these projects that then we could then move forward to go ahead and do the updated design for the HVAC is kind of what we're thinking about within the scope. I don't think that the complete ADA, depending on how much they make us do, you know, we're still looking at all the stranded information they gave us, would use the whole $3 million, and therefore we would have funds to move towards the updated design of the HVAC and be able to return to a meeting with a real number. So that's the trajectory of, you know, what has to happen to manage Hastings. And I think the other, you know, the only other functionality piece, I mean, we know HVAC is a functionality piece that we have to have for health and safety. That's air circulation. You have the newly replaced geothermal, which is, you know, highly functional, but you've got to make sure that the air circulation it's carrying is effective into the actual vents in the ceiling and in the classrooms. And those are original design to the building, so they're pretty past life.
Thanks. Other questions, Sean?
So I think between the two prior articles, it comes out to a little over 4.8 million if I have my math.
Yeah, but some is already expended, but those are those two. I mean, I'm looking at the total, yeah.
Okay. So, but we've only sort of drawn what we've used so far, right? So
Yeah.
there's still
Well,
authorization.
I mean, the borrow has been done on one of them and is sitting there, so
Okay.
funding available for access.
Got it.
And then the second will be borrowed as we progress.
Okay. No, but I think it makes sense that really at this point, nothing can move forward without the ADA compliance. So
Yeah.
there's, I mean, you know,
I mean,
unless
again,
unless
it's a
we did a
wonderful
whole
school
separate
with
article
wonderful
for it.
families, yeah,
Right.
but it's a frustrating cycle to be taught, you know, caught in. We've been talking with them for years about, and everyone's been working towards this, to, you know, get these pieces in place. So I feel like this is the path forward. We really all stopped and got the right consultation and the right people in place and the right conversations. And then we will mobilize, you know, a standing kind of small Hastings building committee to track the trajectory.
Other questions?
Yes.
Shelby?
Thank you. So just to be clear, I don't know how much is still available of the 1.8, but the total that this article would combine is 4.8 million.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And help me to understand, and just for the board's benefit, the public's benefit, I've been sort of in some of these conversations as a member of the school building committee, although having not worked fully on the Hastings project, I'm not quite as knowledgeable. Help me to understand, process-wise, I understand this money is sort of on the books to be utilized. We've already borrowed some of it, but we haven't. Is this for design work or the actual work? What's the request?
So it's for both design and the actual work. Design would never hit that amount of money. I mean, so
Right.
that it will encompass the design pieces for the preliminary information. We have preliminary design on the ADA in rough order of magnitude cost. And now we would move to design, implementation, and bid for the ADA work and start picking away at it. And some of that would have to be done after hours work and then summer and holidays, because it's building-based work. It's bathrooms. I mean, it's ADA compliance. It's handrails. It's bathroom access. It's door width. It's handles. It's taking out, sinks so that you have wheelchair accessibility. Like it's a substantial impact to have ADA triggered, which is why it brought us to a grinding halt. So, we're going to have to, and the design of the spaces we would have to modify. They've given us that list, what door handles need to be changed. The doors that leave the building have to have a ramp access down. So things like that. It's all very important work to make the building fully accessible. And, from there, you take that, they've given us all of that information with rough order of magnitude. We would go to basically design and then bid. And then we would access those funds to begin doing that work. And then upon completion of that work, update the HVAC design and be ready to go to bid.
So I just want to clarify. So if you go to the second to last line of the article, so this is the two articles that were already voted. Sometimes in the past we've had other articles that sort of change the use of the funds. That's not fully what's happening here. It's expanding the scope. So
Right.
where it says may also be used to pay costs of ADA compliance.
Right.
So the school department could move forward on the ADA compliance, and then they, depending on how much is left, they could immediately
Right.
start working on the HVAC, the way Amber's doing
Exactly.
it.
It maintains the intent of the HVAC work, but then opens the door for us to do the ADA compliance work, thus letting us then get the order of the operations in the right order. ADA, HVAC, and then eventually roof.
And I know you're not here to talk about the HVAC, but being, as I recall, those units currently are essentially sort of in the wall of each classroom.
Yeah.
Is that the proposed design going forward? Because my question is, as I look at the capital expenditures plan, and right now we've got 2.4 million for future spending allocated for the Hastings roof. Are we sure we have the order right, is where I'm going with my question. So I get that ADA is being triggered. I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah.
But are we potentially looking at pausing on HVAC because the roof either demands repair or the systems will require those come together?
No, great set of questions. So it appears that the order could be moving forward with the HVAC and then the roof, but that's part of what they'll have to answer. Should that happen where they say roof, we'd come back and be like, okay, the next one that has to happen is roof, and we sit on the remaining HVAC funds and, level the roof and then come back and access those and then move forward again. So the thing that's driving it at this point is literally the order of operations that have to happen for one to do the other. And given, the units, if they have to go on the roof, if they change the design trajectory to say roof first, that'll be part of where we are. And they'll give us advice on that. I mean, right now, we're focusing on the fact that they've been clear that we can't do anything else until we do that ADA work.
So
You're correct, though. They are intertwined. But we can, depending on how many funds are available in that remaining article when we're done, make the design and initial decisions from that funding and then see where we are.
So I'll speak for myself, but some of the members of the board, and certainly you, Amber, were around in 2019 when there was, I think, wasn't that the article that caused lots of consternation around combining of articles and blending of articles?
Yeah.
So I just think that it's really important. I appreciate you coming here tonight, but I think it's critically important that the voters at town meeting really understand, you know, where the money is today.
Yep.
You know, how it's obvious, I mean, the obvious things of how it's going to impact the taxpayer. I understand the need to go forward with it. My hesitation is that this feels, you know, even though it's been spinning out here, it feels like kind of a little last minute. And that's my, you know, that's my concern with kind of perception, even though I know that there's lots of history here and we've got to get these projects moving forward because costs are only escalating. So I just think that we all need to be mindful of that when, you know, when this comes before and however that, you know, influences, you know, kind of our vote.
Yeah,
So-
no, I think that's a reasonable set of questions to surface. You know, again, while those two articles demonstrate kind of a convoluted packaging of funding, those are all previously voted and supported by town meeting to approve those, and the money is there waiting for use or allocation. So I recognize that. I think I want to focus when we look at that on, you know, trying to be able to be, one of the things we know is important is to be clear at town meeting, which is everybody has asked for us to move forward on these projects, get them in the right order, be clear what money we use before we come back. You know, in our finance subcommittee, you know, we've called out the ADA as something that's basically sticking us where we are, and the request was get your numbers, get them concrete, and get them in front of us. So again, where we are right now, I feel like we're at that stage, and the numbers we have would allow us to go out to design if we can access some money.
So, and my final question, just you had said at the end that we have a preliminary estimate. Are you able to share that?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't bring it tonight. I mean,
Okay.
you know,
I guess, I mean, that's a question, right?
Sure.
So that's, you know, if we have 3 million plus to spend, how far is that gonna get us down the road is where my question's going, so.
Yeah, I mean, the design part won't be the worst part. It's gonna be when we actually get it out to
it's a
bid,
lot
as
of
you
work.
well know. And when we see what the numbers come in on, and can we package things together, or are they all different subcontracts because they're ADA and it's some guy wants to do the doors and some guy wants to do the bathrooms. So given my, you know, in-depth building history over my trajectory here, you know, I'm certainly knowledgeable that we have to be clear when we come. We can bring numbers. Again, I don't want to bog down town meeting. These are voted articles. We're asking to expand the scope so that we can get this work done, and they are intertwined. We voted we wanted HVAC. I'm trying to accomplish that for us. It's been voted by town meeting. I can't do that unless we get to a place where we get the ADA done, and I don't want to ask for more money. So feels like a logical next step, but, you know, I'm certainly very, very ready to put in front of you any other additional information you might need.
Thank you.
I'm supportive of this, and I do want to bring up some broader context, right? And there was a point in time where all of the capital renovation projects to refresh the Hastings school was a single project. And at that time, there was concern about the impact, particularly with a minimal level of funding from the state, of doing it all at once, given the budget concerns in that year. And so there was a lot of discussion, a lot of cooperative effort to say, okay, and the school department said, you know what, we'll break it into pieces and do it over time. Okay, so.
I'm an elephant. I have a long memory, yes.
I have a long memory. So a decision that seemed very good at the time, given other projects that have come up urgent, like the Armstrong roof that has caused shuffling, the little thing called COVID and the pandemic, and unexpected costs and shifting and budget cutting and fiscal issues there. And now the impact of inflation that's hopefully going to wane a little bit. You know, in hindsight, you know, it's taking a lot longer than anticipated, and it's a lot more expensive to do all of this piecemeal. And, you know, in my mind, the sooner we can get all of the capital renovation projects remaining and work remaining for Hastings done, the better it is for the children at that school, the better it is for the building, and the better it is for the town, and the better it'll be for the taxpayer. And if this expansion of scope lets us accelerate the project so that the ADA work, design, and construction can start sooner rather than later and then flow right into the HVAC work, then I think it's the direction we should be taking.
I appreciate too, and I just want to make sure that, you know, I'm on record as saying I think that the original decisions collaboratively to hold on the Hastings project were logical and served the town to get other projects done and to implement the debt service plan that we've, you know, continued to operate under. And so, you know, and again, at any given time, if money was endless, you'd do all those projects, but spacing it out and making tough decisions is part of what we do collaboratively. And, you know, the school committee and I have always felt that that decision was a joint effort and one that we stand by. So, you know, we really aren't frustrated or anything. We just want to make sure that we utilize the voted funds of the voters to keep things moving forward.
Understood. And
yeah.
I'm not intending to imply that anything other than
I
the best decisions were made with the information
yeah.
available at the time.
I agree.
Certainly, if we all had crystal balls, we could look forward, but we don't.
Yeah, I mean,
Or
the
if we had
cost
that money
escalation
tree. Has
is-
anyone
yeah.
planted that money tree yet?
Right,
Yeah.
or the lottery ticket.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that, sorry to jump in, Patrick, I didn't go to you, but the only thing I guess I'm concerned, I keep hearing design, maybe start chipping things away. I guess we don't know the number yet. I agree with Shelby that we'll need that, but I guess I get concerned if it's 4.8. I know we spent some of it, but that was, as I remember, that was to get us the full HVAC project.
Right.
We're not doing that now, but I'm hoping that that whole 4.8 is not for design and all of the ADA work.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not. I mean, I think we'll have the funding available, and we're certainly going to leverage every penny to do that, and have updated design be able to be accomplished on the HVAC within that scope of money, and so, yeah. I mean, I totally agree with you.
I mean, Ian, it's almost, I mean, I totally agree with you,
Yeah.
but it's almost, in some ways, the reality of it is almost irrelevant if it only gets us to ADA because we can't get to HVAC or anything else
Right.
because of that trigger.
No, I agree. It's just,
I mean,
I
but-
think it goes to your point, though. It's,
Right.
I mean,
I know where you're
it's
going.
the steps going. It's just, we have to be clear with the public. I mean, we have to do it now. We've triggered it. You can't do anything. You can't do a roof. You can't do
Right.
HVAC. You can't do anything. So it's got to come so it
Yeah.
makes sense. I mean, the other option is not to do this, but then come with a separate article to do the ADA work, and that'd be the other way to.
This, to Alan's point, I mean, many of us were part of those decisions back then, and we made
Absolutely,
them, and I
yep.
supported them, and I still support them, but this is the painful reality of piecemeal, or piecemeal partial work, you know, because things happen, pandemics happen, inflation happens, and here we are, so.
And some of it's the age of the building and just the fact that they
Yep.
were built so differently that, you know, it's
Yep.
the ADA upgrades, you know, are more extensive than they would be, but certainly, you know, we'll work to do what we think is most appropriate for student safety and access, and then limit the expenditures as best we can. To anything that's, you know, optional that we could wait on, we would, and that's what the consultants tell you, like, this is what you have to do, and here are the ways you can do this most advantageously.
Great. Patrick, anything on your side?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Great. Anything else?
Thank you, and if
Thank you.
you are reflecting on it and want, you know, additional information, I'm happy to send it to you, and then I'll prepare, you know, for town meeting without again, you don't want to bog people down in detail that weighs away from the direction of the vote of the article itself, but I'm happy to provide to you the depth of anything you feel you need.
Yep.
Great.
Oh, can I just say one other comment? Thank you for splitting the two other articles. I think that was the best way to go about those.
Your wise town manager, your wise town manager fiscally directed that work
What, day 6
effectively,
and
so
7?
I will give that one to her, and the school board appreciated it as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Amber.
Okay, next on our agenda is a request to update the deputy fire chief job description. Kim, are you taking us through that?
Yes.
You have in your packet a proposed update. As the board is aware, our deputy chief position is currently vacant, and as department heads are doing when vacancies occur, they're reviewing the job descriptions. It's one change focused on adding under the supervisory responsibilities to include the communications, which is the dispatch center. It's a critical operation, co-located in the same building. So it just formally recognizes that the deputy chief will likely have a role in that supervision.
Great.
I would move to amend the deputy fire chief job description as presented.
Great. Any comments or questions?
Second?
Second. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had a question about the increases in the people that they manage, the 9 and the 33 to 70. I don't know if you just kind of describe what that.
Sure,
What that
that reflects growth in the department since the job description was last updated. A combination of firefighters as well as now the dispatch personnel were previously counted before they were located at the fire station. They were not counted as part of that budget. It's inclusive. The dispatchers are counted. If you look at the fire department's budget, that's where they're captured, and that's what this reflects.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Not, all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is a request for letter of support to include culvert replacement project in fiscal year 24, state capital budget and investment plan. And DPW Director, Chris, you gonna take us through that, or please?
Good evening, Chris Pant, Director of Public Works. Just briefly, we had an opportunity to get a project into the recently passed transportation bond bill, and the next step in the process is to try to get it onto the capital plan that the state develops for FY24. And so we were advised to submit this letter to start that process, to advocate to get this project on the capital plan. And so your support of this letter allows us to submit that and help us get that project on the radar for the FY24 capital plan.
Just to be clear, this is the work that's being done on Bowman, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Take a motion?
Motion? Yep.
Go ahead.
I move we approve to send a letter to the Secretary of Administration and Finance in support of having the culvert replacement project included in the fiscal year 24 Massachusetts capital plan.
Second that?
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Now, actually, I do have a question. Will this, putting on that plan, does that pay for a portion of it, pay for all of it? What's the hope?
It would pay for all of it is the intent.
Okay.
And that's what was, so the verbiage that's in the bond bill is generic culvert replacement, and the funding is in excess of what's listed as our current cost,
Okay.
based on expectations for any sort of inflation or anything like that. So assume we get all of that, which is my expectation, then it would cover the cost
Awesome.
entirely.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions? All those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, moving, I know I jumped around there. Let's go back to item 5, town meeting warrant articles. Economic Development Committee article. Jump on that one.
Right here.
What article number?
Everyone hides in the back there.
It
I know,
was
right?
24.
That's scary, come on.
It's 24.
Thank you.
24? Things have moved around.
No, it's 25 now, I think.
It's 25.
Sorry, I was going in the, that's like 3 versions ago.
Yeah.
12 versions.
Zach Bowner, Economic Development Coordinator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me today to speak about Article 25, which is related to the Economic Development Revolving Account and expanding the maximum expenditure from $40,000 annually to $60,000 annually. Let's start with a brief overview of the issue that's actually on the table. The article that we're discussing would amend the maximum expenditure for the Economic Development Small Business Grant Revolving Account from $40,000 a year, which is where it's currently at, to $60,000 annually. For the board's reference and for the voters' reference, in case they're not aware, the funds that are deposited into this account come directly from billboard fees collected from the town. So this is not an account that is funded by taxpayer levy in any kind of way. Currently, we receive $60,000 per year through agreements for the digital billboards in town. All of that money goes into the Small Business Development Revolving Account. So we actually accumulate about $20,000 a year because our maximum expenditure is $40,000, but we're actually receiving $60,000 into that specific account. Increasing the maximum expenditure to $60,000 would allow the EDC to issue at least 4 more grants per year. As some of you may know, and for the reference of the voters, this account is used to fund the Economic Development Committee's Small Business or Assistance Grant Program. The EDC has a maximum award value for those grants of $5,000. And in this past year, we have spent to the full funding of the program, expending $40,000 for fiscal year 22. So we think that there is need to expand the grant program, and with the amount of money going into that account, which is specifically earmarked for this use, exceeding what we can expand annually, we felt like now, especially with staff support, with the increased marketing to the program, that it would be an appropriate time to expand the grant program. Additionally, before I move on, one thing that I'll add on this page that's changed since the last time the EDC sought to increase the maximum expenditure from that account is that we have, or prior to me coming on, town staff created a Massachusetts vacant storefront district in our downtown area, which allows us to participate in the Massachusetts Vacant Storefronts program. Through that program, businesses can receive up to $10,000 in matching tax credits from the state for moving into a property that had been vacant for a specific period of time. In order for any businesses to be eligible to get those tax credits, they need to have a matching grant from the municipality. And so to maximize what the opportunity is for using the Mass Vacant Storefront program, the EDC will grant up to $10,000 for eligible businesses that are seeking to take advantage of that program as well. As a result, that means that in the situation where the EDC were to do 2 Mass Vacant Storefront projects in a year, they would actually use almost half of the money that they're currently allowed to expend on just those 2 projects alone, which is why we also feel that this article is important at this time. Taking a step back for the reference of the board and for the reference of the voters, I wanted to explain a little bit more about what this account actually funds. As they had stated, it funds the EDC's Business Assistance Grant Program, which purpose is to stimulate investment in underutilized or vacant space in the town of Westborough, and to help businesses that are either choosing to locate here, choosing to relocate here, or choosing to grow and expand here, have opportunities to do that. So the types of projects that the EDC grant program funds are typically growth and expansion projects, or fit ups or equipment for new businesses that are coming into town and just setting up shop. Applicants that are eligible can be business that's exists in Westborough and is looking to expand their physical footprint or offer new products or services, as well as new businesses or businesses in another community that don't currently have a Westborough presence. As I sort of alluded to, the approved uses of grant funds are relatively broad, but mostly targeted at physical improvements to the space or expanding the products or services that a business can offer. So things like interior renovations, merchandising equipment, furniture fixtures, signs, facade improvements, and parking lot expansions are some of the common uses of grant funds. How does the EDC award these funds? So the EDC votes in its regular meeting 4 times a year for who will receive grant funding and at what amount. So there are sort of 4 review periods and 4 deadlines throughout the year, and the EDC's goal is to try and award approximately a quarter of the funds at its disposal at each of those meetings. Applicants submit their applications about 2 weeks before the meeting. Staff review them for eligibility and completeness, and then staff assign each of the proposed projects a score based on a rubric that the EDC had created earlier this year, so that there's some kind of metric to gauge projects against each other when the program gets very competitive. Most applicants receive their funding as reimbursement, so they get an award, make a purchase, and the town reimburses them later, although there is a mechanism by which the town could pay a vendor directly if the business or the applicant really needed it. A little bit of an overview of the Business Assistance Grant Program is that it's relatively new and it is growing, which is why we feel that it's appropriate to expand the maximum expenditure. The program was only created in June of 2019, and then the maximum expenditure increased from $25,000 to $40,000 in March of 2020. As you know, my role was vacant for a period of time at the beginning of COVID. And so marketing for the program wasn't where we wanted it to be. So we, over the last year, really focused on increasing program marketing, reaching out to new businesses or businesses that are relocating or in the middle of permitting with the town. And as a result, the process got a lot more competitive. And so the EDC recently created a rubric and made some changes to the application to clarify the process and to guide the board in its decision making. The big reason why we're asking to increase the maximum expenditure is the fact that we've seen a ton of demand for the program as we've started marketing it more actively, and there's, I think, a fair amount of unmet demand. So what you can see here on the screen is on the left a chart of, in the blue bars, the average, the number of applications we receive per quarter is the blue bars, and then the orange line is the average award given to each application. So, what we've seen over the last year is a rapid increase in application volume, peaking at around 10 in Q3 at fiscal year 22. And then correspondingly, because a lot of these projects are good projects that the EDC wants to fund, we've seen the average award for each decline and hover around $2,000, $2,500. So, it's not like we're getting a ton of applications and the projects aren't great, and so it's an easy choice and we can just fund 2 every quarter. We're getting really good projects from lots of new businesses and existing businesses, and so it would be great to expand the maximum expenditure so we can offset some of that demand. We received $122,000 in requested funds for fiscal year 2022, which is about 3 times greater than our maximum expenditure. As I had stated earlier, the board chose to try and make as many awards as it could, and so we actually issued 23 grants in fiscal year 2022. And then this slide is here to show that increasing the maximum expenditure from $40,000 to $60,000 wouldn't put the account in any financial risk. So these numbers are, I guess, a couple of weeks old at this point. But as of September 12th, 2022, the account had a balance of $3,250.80, with $7,000 year-to-date actual expenses in FY23 and $4,891 and change encumbrances from the prior fiscal year. We receive, as I had said, $60,000 from the billboard fees every year. Those $60,000 in funds are deposited into the EDC's account in December. And so given that we have a balance of $67,000 and that we're already 1 quarter into this fiscal year, we don't feel that we run any risk of running into arrears, which was, I understand, a concern when the grant program was originally created. Additionally, several communities in the region have strong grant programs for business, some of which have sprouted after Westborough started its grant program. And so, I'd like to applaud, my predecessors and the town for being so forward-thinking on creating a program like this. Ashland, the Marlborough Economic Development Committee, Worcester are all examples right in our area of towns that are doing, direct assistance to business in the form of grants. And then finally, I just wanted to give everyone a flavor of the impact that these grants have had on both businesses in town, the community more broadly, and our economic situation. In the last year or so, as I had said, we'd issued just over 20 grants, and so there have been a number of businesses and a true diversity of businesses that have benefited and either been able to open or been able to pursue a growth or expansion project that they would not have otherwise been able to do. And so, you can see businesses up here that are brand new, businesses that you might not have even heard of yet because they haven't opened, and then alongside businesses like Nurse Farm, which is the oldest business in town. And so, I think it's great to see the mix of services, of business types, of ownership that have been able to benefit from this program, and I would strongly encourage the decision to raise the maximum expenditure to $60,000 so that we can get this money into the hands of more businesses that need it and continue to help businesses in Westborough grow and expand and, signal that we are open for business. I will leave it to you for any questions.
Great, thank you for that. Any questions?
Great presentation.
It's very,
Happy to
very
support
thorough.
it.
Yep.
Exactly.
Makes total sense. So,
Thank you.
thanks.
Motion?
Thanks,
Oh,
Ken.
No, we don't need a motion, no.
I'm just looking at timing here. I don't want to jump into the library renovation since we have a public hearing at 7. Why don't we go to town manager's report if we can? Catch you off guard, Christine.
That's all right. So we just wanted to announce that we were recently notified that we received the land grant in the amount of $92,950 that would go for eligible expenses related to the purchase of 0 Ruggles. Thank you to Sherry Wittes for her hard work on that grant application. The budget summit is being held on Thursday, September 29th, so this Thursday in the Great Hall, the 4th Municipal Building. So this is a tri-board meeting with the Select Board, School Committee, and Advisory Finance Committee. I think this is the 3rd year that we've done it. The purpose of the meeting is to identify budget pressures as we begin budgeting for FY24.
6 p.m. start, right?
6 p.m. Yep.
It's
And
for
then
the public to hear. So.
Yep, 6 p.m. The select board meeting location on October 25th will need to be across the street at the Great Hall because we have early voting in Memorial Hall. The finance department is reminding folks that the last day to pay second quarter real estate and personal property tax bills is Tuesday, November 1st. Grants we've received, the DPW received the following grants for fiscal 23 from the DOT, which is winter recovery assistance, sidewalk snow removal equipment for shared streets, and pedestrian and mobility and safety shared streets. It looks like it totaled about $370,000. We put out an RFP for towing services. The 2 proposals were received and that was awarded. There's also an RFQ for the behavioral health programming, which is an ARPA-funded project through the Youth and Family Services. And then we have contracts. The construction manager for the library was awarded to Fontaine Brothers, Cathedral Corporation. We have a contract with the printing and mailing of tax bills. Ted's of Fayetteville Towing Services. The Recreation Department opened fall registration at the end of August. Since then, we've had over 500 program registrations across a variety of programs. The town clerk is back in the election cycle after the state primary, preparing for vote by mail ballot requests. As we heard from the town clerk at a previous meeting, there's been a change in the legislature to increase voting access by allowing vote in person election On election day, vote by mail, early vote in person for 10 days prior to the election, and absentee voting. Youth and Family Services in the final month of a grant with Metro West Health Foundation. Reach Out Westborough is preparing to release a video series to promote emotional resiliency. The series will include 5 short videos in English and 5 in Spanish, each focusing on a different aspect of mental health. The videos will be launched later this month and will be broadcast on Westborough TV and accessible on the Youth and Family Services webpage and Westborough Connects. Youth and Family Services has released the RFQ for the 2 ARPA proposals, so behavioral health programming and one for case management. Proposals are due at the end of September and October, respectively. And then Youth and Family Services is going to start offering support and educational groups this fall, starting with 4-session group for women, continuing with a group for parents of adolescents.
Perfect. Thank you. Yep. See, looking
You could probably
item
do it.
13.
Yep.
The appoint. So this is item 13 on the agenda. Is the request to appoint Samantha Condon to the Cultural Council.
Take a motion?
Sure. And just as folks know, she's requested appointment to the Cultural Council. We received her letter of interest. They have a membership of up to 21, and there are currently 10 adult members and 3 student liaisons. So there's plenty of space for those joining.
Yeah. So I would move to appoint Samantha Condon to the Cultural Council for a term to expire June 30, 2025.
Second?
Okay, any comments or questions? All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Okay, how about a request to approve meeting minutes of September 13th, 2022? I'm really jumping all over the place here.
I was going to say, holy moly.
So moved?
Second.
Okay, any comments, corrections, updates? As always, Sheila, thank you for getting those out. Okay, all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Going too fast.
Yeah.
Slow.
Um,
3 minutes. You want to? You could try to do number 10. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of questions.
Okay, so this is item 10, Waste Management Exploratory Committee Charter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess someone's coming for that, so we
coming.
should wait.
Yeah, we need to wait on that.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we're going to wait on that one then. Got 2 minutes. So we can get through like one of them though. I'll hold off. So anyways, at 7 p.m. we do have a public hearing, a request of E&P Inc. doing business as Al Basha Grill at 2 Connector Road, Suite 2A for Section 12 on-premises wine and malt license. Just as a introduction, this is a public hearing, so we do have to wait till 7 o'clock to open that meeting so we can hear from the proponents, accept public comments on that. But just information that was in our packet for the board, but for the public. Right now, we have, for on-premises license, we have 1 that's not there for wine and malt. This would be, if approved, this would bring that to 0. We have 7 all alcohol on-premises license as part of Section 12. And then we have additional 10 from special legislation. In terms of off-premises right now, we have 0 across all 3, wine and malt, all alcohol, and all alcohol through special legislation. So in essence, we have 37 active Section 12, well, 36 right now, and it'll be 37 if we vote this in, and then 7 Section 15 licenses.
Can I just ask a question to clarify? So our packet said 0 wine and malt. Was that a typo?
Nope.
Nope.
That would be if we approve.
If we approve it. We have 1 right
If
now.
approved.
If
And that's
if
what-
approved,
that's
sorry,
what they're
I missed that.
applying for.
Okay,
7 o'clock.
I missed that. It's 7
Okay.
o'clock. Yes, thank
So it is 7 o'clock. I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of opening the hearing? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Please come on up and introduce yourselves.
Good evening, Commissioners. Paul Murad, representing EMP Inc., DBA Al Basha Grill. Today with me, I have the manager of record, Eli Sakat, with me.
Good evening, how are you?
Very
Thank you
good.
for everybody.
Nice to meet you.
Eli Sakat, owner of Al Basha Grill on 2 Connector Road.
Welcome. So you're in front of us and applying for, I believe right now you have been a bring your own
17 years.
facility. So this is a request to basically add a wine and malt license to
Yes,
your
correct.
store. This is your chance here. Anything you want to say about the restaurant while you're doing this? Kind of
No,
little
it's-
free advertising for you here.
It's been really incredible 17 years here to serve the community in this beautiful town of Westborough. And my family owns 4 restaurants, 2 in Worcester and 1 in Sudbury and Westborough. First restaurant was opened 1990, and it's been an incredible experience being here in this town. Well, I think now it's time for the restaurant to obtain a malt license. I think it'll be good for us. So that's all.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board before I open up to the public? Hey, anybody here for public comment, since this is a public hearing? Don't see anybody here for that. Is there a motion?
Sure, I'll be happy to make that. I move to approve the request of EMP Westborough Inc., DBA Al Basha Grill at 2 Connector Road, Suite 2A for Section 12 on-premises wine and malt liquor license.
Second that?
Okay, made and seconded. One thing I always add in here is, we appreciate your business here, and we're happy to do these. We do take these liquor license very seriously. So we love having you now here. We love awarding these things to these businesses to help them thrive here. But we don't want to see you back in for violations of the license. So you're the manager of record. You've taken all the training, and your staff as well. We appreciate you taking that. We do, as you've probably heard, recently we did have the police go out, and we did have some violations. And our hope is that we don't have any of them. We want to serve those that are eligible to be served, and those that are not, we don't like them being served. So just our fair warning that we always give, but I'm assuming this vote that comes up here will be in the affirmative, but and we're happy to do that, but just a reminder that we take this very seriously. Thank you. All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you
Good
for
luck.
being here.
Yes.
For-
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move to close the public hearing.
Second?
Okay, all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. The public hearing is closed. Thank you.
7:03.
Okay, let's move back to item 5. The last bulleted item there was the library renovation article.
Wastewater treatment plant.
Wastewater.
What's that?
Wastewater.
Oh, sorry, wastewater treatment plant article.
Don't want to forget the
wastewater Sorry, Jack.
What number are we on these days?
As long as I'm not late for supper.
Yeah.
Jack Goodall, the administrator for the treatment plant. As the board's aware, a year and a half ago, we went to town meeting and asked for $4 million. The primary focus, the primary item within that is replacement of 13 rotors in the aeration system. And we initiated design after town meeting. And during the initial stage of the design, the engineers indicated to us that the value that we had for the rotor replacement was not sufficient. So the board requested them to expedite their design and to go out to bid for the next practical town meeting, which is this one. We opened the bids a little while ago, and the bids came in at 5.477, which was $23,000 under the engineer's estimate for the road replacement. When you throw that in with the other items that the board desires to do, it comes out to value of $8.25 million. Subtract the $4 million that we had from the previous article, and that's $4.25 million. Unfortunately, the rotors are going to cost a lot to replace.
Okay, so in the article, I think it had $4,175,000. Is that the right number?
No, the board voted at the last meeting, the September meeting, for $4,250,000. And Michelle was supposed to contact the Christie's office to inform her. But it's $4.25 million that the board asked for, voted on. Sorry.
I guess can I ask a
Yep,
question? So I'm confused. When we voted the 4 million last year, are we saying this project is now an additional 4 million?
Yes.
The same scope?
Same scope. We did add 2 small items. Effluent gates, and I did send over information to Christie before. The effluent gates and grit dewatering piping, we did add those in, but those are minor. Definitely not the scope that we're talking about. The grit screws did come, the engineers did an estimate on that, and they were the ones that drove that item up substantially. But the, as you can see, well, the road replacement, we had in there 2.7 million in round numbers, and you know, where the value is at 5.7 if you include engineering during the construction phase. So 3 million is because of the rotors.
Yep.
And we did increase the board wanted a higher contingency as well.
And what's the contingency percentage?
It's about 16%.
That seems high. Just
Well,
based on building projects, that seems like a high percentage of a contingency.
The typically with the engineers had requested, they suggested that the contingency for the article be placed at 15%, and that was the value that Ian had mentioned. Yeah. And the board voted to increase the contingency, so the article would be at 4.25 million.
And again, with everything, with other things here, we have to appropriate the full amount, and then we share the cost of this.
That's correct.
With Shrewsbury and Hopkinton.
Right. You know, the Westborough share is approximately, round numbers, 35%, and then 60% would be Shrewsbury, and you know, again, round numbers, 5% would be Hopkinton.
And the intent here is, just to refresh, is these funds would be borrowed and then the debt would be paid from ratepayers.
That's correct. I believe all 3 towns do that. It's my understanding that Westborough does it as, you know, does it. So yes, you know, basically it's confusing, but the board invoices the 3 towns, including Westborough. And that's coming up in the near future. And then, so I believe the town takes their value of the invoice and puts it against the ratepayers. I know Shrewsbury does.
Yep.
So
we do as well. Okay. Right. So it's not on the tax; it's on the users. It's a user fee, basically, not a property tax.
That's correct.
Patrick.
Yeah, just to educate me here. What spurred this additional request was the discharge permit process. Is that a correct understanding that in order to be compliant, there's a discharge permit process that happens? Is that what caused this, or is this just normal maintenance? This was discovered. These these issues exist, they need to be resolved.
I do have pictures in handout if you want, but as I showed at town meeting, one of the rotors, they're 30 feet long,
Yep.
3.5 feet diameter, and it failed. Basically, it bent, not in half, but basically it bent and failed. And that caused the board to look at what should be done with the other 12 so that doesn't happen. By the time the rotors, assuming the funds are appropriated and the contract is signed and carried out, by the time the rotors are replaced, they'll be at the end of their life expectancy as well. So they are getting old, they are getting inefficient. They are essential to compliance for our discharge permit, but the discharge permit did not directly cause this to happen. It was the fact that the rotor failed, pure and simple. And we just don't want the others to fail. If it hadn't failed, we'd be coming in front of you in the near future anyway for the money to replace them because they're at the end of the life expectancy. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good. Other questions? No jokes on this one. Perfect.
Okay.
Jack, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're at library renovation article. So again, that was Article 18 that we just talked about in our warrant.
19.
This is 19.
Good evening. Maureen Amiot, Library Director, 6 Arch Street. Go ahead, Christy.
I was just going to say that obviously the board met with the library and library building committee at your last meeting, but the meeting was getting long, so we're bringing them back tonight to talk more about tax impact. And there is a memo in your packet from the finance director related to the tax impact of the library. This was based on a slightly lower number that we had initially gotten, which was the $35,906,242. And so she was projecting the total estimated highest average single-family tax increase of $332.
I don't have a formal presentation. I'm just here to answer questions or help you out any way I can about the project.
Okay. And I went through this last time. What other questions or comments? And thank you, Christy, because this is one that was there last time. We were going late and we didn't discuss this. I know it has gone to the Finance Committee.
I'm not sure if we had the final number for the warrant at the time when I was here last either, and now that we have that, we're in better order. So the number that's in the warrant, in the draft warrant, is the correct number.
And that, just so the folks know, it's $36,698,556. And again, of which the grant that we get has not changed since the last time we met, and that's still $9,403,090. So kind of net debt to borrow on this is actually 27,000.
27 million.
27 million.
I like that.
Something.
Yeah.
27,000 would be great.
Yes.
If only. What I do want to mention, though, is I had asked for your signatures on a letter to our legislative delegation, and I think you all got the response that the delegation is aware of the project. And on a meeting that I was at today, we heard that they see this as an emergency the same way we do, with the cost increases on all 12 of the projects that are currently in the pipeline across the state. And our representatives from the MBLC met with 25 legislators earlier this week to discuss the whole issue. So we're optimistic that things are going to move forward on that front, but we're told that we will not know that for sure in time for our town meeting. Possibly some of the other towns that have later town meetings, there may be news one way or the other, but it's looking more like sometime in November we'll know.
And again, a reminder on this, we have, from when the number was approved, what's the timing that we have? Just remind me of.
From the time of the grant award, we have 6 months to get our local approval, which our deadline is January 9th.
Okay.
Does the $36 million include the interest as well? The interest payments?
It does not.
No.
No, it's not.
But the average monthly cost to the, pardon me, the average yearly cost to the taxpayer does.
Right. And then in the memo that was attached, the 332 includes that $24, which is the interest payment.
The $24 is the interest on the grant anticipation notes, so that's what's going to need to be pre-borrowed of what the state would be giving us.
Okay.
The 308 includes the principal and the interest on the full bond that we would be taking out to cover this.
And it looks like, is that, am I looking at this right, that it's 4% is the estimated?
Right, so
Right.
those are estimates.
Yeah.
And
Unfortunately,
this is-
with the Fed raising rates, numbers are going up versus where our borrowing was, you know,
Well,
a year ago.
And this is based on the 35.9. Now the numbers change, right? We're all aware of that
So it's
memo,
slightly higher.
Yep, slightly higher. If I may, Ian?
Yep.
So Maureen, thank you very much for coming before us. I want to just acknowledge certainly the time you spent with us last meeting and all of the other road shows you've had to do. I have watched your meetings before the AFC, and if others haven't on this board, I would encourage you to do so. I'd encourage the public to do so. We're not the only fantastic, amazing board to watch, so I would encourage folks to watch those meetings. And I'd also just point out that the library trustees and building committee have done an amazing job of putting all of the information in a chronological, very organized timeline on the library's website. Very easy to find. Links are there. So if folks have questions about it, and I will get to my question, but if folks have questions about the project, there's so much information there, and it really is easy to follow. And finally on that, I would encourage folks to walk into the library and take a tour. So I was a little frustrated to hear in some of the AFC meetings, it was sort of implied that some folks maybe hadn't even been in our library and were making comments. So before we make comments, let's go to the place and kind of experience it ourselves. So now to my question. Just to clarify, we are adding about approximately 10,000 additional square feet, or is it 12,000 to the structure?
I believe it's about 10.
Okay. And the MBLC, as part of this long protracted grant process, wanted 16,000, correct?
Yes, but that was not the number that we put in. Our consultant back in 2012 recommended 16.
Right.
But the number that was in our grant application was not 16.
Right. No, and part of that was a concession because we have the Forbes building there,
Right.
and they accounted for meeting space that is part of kind of this grant packaging. So,
Right.
So I asked this question intentionally because it's really important for the public to understand that this is not just some sort of grand idea of putting a new library that hasn't been well thought out. It's a very, very prescriptive process. In order, if you want the $9.5 million or thereabouts, $9.4 million, you have to play the game and you have to do certain things. End of story. If you don't want that money, if we don't want that money, then we need to head down another path, whatever that path might be.
Well, and to add to that, their whole thought process behind that is very deliberate as well. And their goal is not to just impose their will upon cities and towns for what they think a library should have. It's their effort to make sure that we are building the library that Westborough needs. and that we've considered all the options and that we've designed our space to meet the needs of our current residents and our future residents. And, you know, they wanted us to look at a long timeline. So if you've read the grant application, there are a lot of demographic projections in there that, you know, we're planning for a long trajectory because we expect this building to last and to be there for the future generations. So I just wanted to make that clear too, because we always hear people talk about unfunded mandates, and this one's kind of a funded mandate, but it's not.
Just not enough funding.
Unfortunately, yeah.
It's an underfunded.
Underfunded
exactly.
funding mandate, right. I believe I heard in one of your presentations that there's a 7.5% inflation factor factored into that 36.9.
Right.
And that's inflation factor, however it's calculated, is sort of projected at 18 months out.
Correct.
Okay. And the 36.9, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is a conservative, meaning worst case scenario of what this project is going to cost us, soup to nuts, to take it down, to renovate it, to move the library in whatever form and shape that will take, and to bring everyone back in and cut the ribbon.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. I had one more question. Sorry. And we've been talking about this library expansion for about 10 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Our original needs assessment was in 2012.
Okay. And final, I guess sort of a comment, and certainly our board is well aware, but I think it bears note for the public that two things. One, there's been several surveys done and several public sessions through the library to get us to this point, and those have been done at various points throughout the 10 years. And then finally, lots of questions about the parking. So whether we agree with it or not, but the parking study that the town conducted said there's plenty of parking all around. We can debate that till the cows come home, but there is a lot of parking on other side streets. But the parking is not, if you will, part of the library's issue. It's a town issue, and I just want to make that clear because that didn't seem to be clear in some of the other presentations that were made. So thanks for indulging me with my comments and a few questions.
Great, thanks. Other questions or comments? Alan?
As the final numbers have come in and the warrant article has now been finalized, my understanding is you have additional public forums for residents who may have questions or want to learn more about the project.
Yes, we do. We have two coming up next week that are during the day, one at the Senior Center on Tuesday and one on Friday at the Willows, and then on the 12th, which is a Wednesday, at 7 p.m. at the library. So the information about those is also on our website and on our social media accounts if you follow us there.
Great. Anything else? Sean?
Yeah, I would just add, Shelby, thank you for those comments. And specifically on the parking, one of the things I don't think was considered in some of those other conversations is a lot of the parking downtown is slated for 1 hour, which is kind of ideal for folks using the library. It's parking that turns over consistently. If you need to spend the full day in Westborough, no, those spots aren't for you. But I think because those spots are so closely situated to the library, I'm not sure. Yeah, I feel like the library is in a pretty good situation, but certainly you could not add in any more parking where you are on that piece of property. So it's not, I agree, it's not a library issue. So, but
we've said that we can't put it up on top, and we definitely can't go underground. So they're the only two places on our lot. We can't go wider or deeper. So up on top is not an option, and underneath is ledge. So that's not really an option either.
No, thank you for all your efforts on behalf of the library.
I just had one thing, just again, looking at the numbers, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but at the proposed number, and I'm assuming that I think our average single-family tax bill now is like 10,000?
Yeah.
So this is basically, this would be a 3.3 to 3.5% increase, just so folks know that. So it is, as we know, it's substantial, but it's unfortunate in timing and whatever, but I think just to, part of this is just to educate folks as they hear it now, and you'll present it again at town meeting, but.
And Ian, if I may, I did watch the AFC meeting the other, from last week, and I think what I heard was that is the high number. The low number was $180 on the average tax bill, and the average was $245. So that was just so people see those numbers.
Yep.
Exactly.
That was great for bringing that up. That is the kind of highest year of anticipated based on numbers there. So thank you for that. Great. Any other questions or comments for Maureen? Nope. Great.
Christy, is this appropriate time to bring up the memo from earlier today?
In regards to
moving the warrant,
Moving the warrant.
the placement.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, please go ahead. We've seen.
So
memos.
you've all seen the memo that was sent out earlier today from Mary Johnston, the chair of the library trustees, and Ed Baldwin, the chair of the library building committee. What they were asking, and just for the sake of those who have not seen it, they were requesting that the articles related to the building project be moved earlier in the warrant, ideally to the first half. And you may remember from our discussions earlier when we were talking about debt exclusion versus just a town meeting vote. We talked a lot about wanting to have as much participation in this vote as possible. The only objection the building committee and the trustees had to that concept was the funding mechanism. They are very interested in having as many people as possible hear the presentation, consider all of the information, and then make an informed vote. So their request was to move those two articles earlier. In the most recent version of the warrant that they saw, which was the 5th version, the two articles were listed as number 19 and 20 out of 27. So it was their thought that, as we know, the first half of or more of town meeting is where we have the largest number of voters present. So it was their request that those two articles be moved up to somewhere in the first half of the warrant.
Thank you. And as folks know, we do have that on our agenda to place the articles on the warrant and close the warrant this evening. So we will discuss that at a later item, but thank you. And we did receive that memo today, so thanks for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
Okay, moving now jumping forward to item 7. We already heard from school department, but I'll go to the first bullet here, the town seal review committee articles. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you for having me back. I have a presentation that I'm able to do. May I do? It takes about 8 or 9 minutes.
Sure.
Would that be all right?
Yep.
I have to figure out how to connect it so I can show you. I'm not sure how to do that.
Yep.
I have a VGA cable, if I could do that. I just have to make sure I'm on the web. And that just goes in here. Great. Yeah. Yeah, I think yeah, just like that. Are they seeing it? Can you all see that?
Come
Oh,
on
you
now.
can?
Yep.
Awesome.
Like magic.
Okay. All right, let me just make sure. Let me make sure it's all working. Oops. Trying to connect. I think I'm good. Let me try it one more time. Which one? This one here? All right. And it's Westborough? Yeah. Sweet. No UGH? Okay, let me try that.
The wrong spelling.
See if that works. Okay. I think I'm good. All right. Well, first of all, good evening. My name is Nick Argento, 41 Treetop Park, and I'm the co-chair of the Westborough Town Seal Review Committee, and I'm here representing the committee. So our committee was formed in May of 2021, and we were formed by the town moderator, John Arnold. It was an act of the town meeting. And when we first met in September of 2022, the 9 of us who were present were town residents. And this thing is not working. Come on. Oh, goodness. Oh, there we go. One of the members of our committee, Jordan Hyde, joined the committee in December of 2021 because an original committee member did not attend any of the meetings. The committee's charge, as you can see on the screen, was to review the history of town seals in Westborough and also to consider whether or not the town should adopt a new town seal after a public process that would include consultation with a diverse group of stakeholders, holding multiple public forums, to provide a report and recommendation to a future town meeting, and to recommend whether or not the town should adopt a new town seal. And if the recommendation was to adopt a new town seal, to also include a proposed process for creating a new town seal. We have met 20 times since September of 2021, and we've remained faithful to the charge that you see before you. A part of our process was that we devised 3 questions that you can see on the left-hand side, and those 3 questions: does the imagery on the current town seal reflect the values and the ideals of our community? When you think of Westborough, what symbols come to mind as representative of our community? And then, based on this committee's charge, if the recommendation is to change the seal, what are some ideas for the process of designing it, as well as new elements to include it? Now, as part of our process, we had a local historian, Dr. Anthony Vaver, come and speak to us. This was back a year ago in September. And at that time, he gave us some background about this town seal. And in addition to that, he gave us some background about Eli Whitney's connection to Westborough, and also Whitney's inventions, including the cotton gin and interchangeable parts. Additionally, we asked the town clerk, Wendy Mickle, who serves on the committee, to also present to us, and what Wendy did was show us different town seals throughout Massachusetts. We also used these 3 questions in a survey. We also used these 3 questions at 3 public hearings that we held beginning in last November. We had another one in December. Then we got held up because of the resurgence of the COVID virus, and we had another one in February of 2022. Additionally, we posted messages to invite the community to participate using the electronic signs at Lyman and East Main Street, posters in common spots such as grocery stores here in the community, on the website. And then we also had a resident survey that was available from January 15th of 2022, and it closed on March 31st of 2022. In addition, we had the links to that survey on the town website. Briefly, the background of the town seal: in 1899, the legislature enacted a requirement for all communities in Massachusetts to have a town seal. The first town seal was the 1913 town seal that you can see on the left-hand side of the image. Then in 1967, the current town seal, which I'm going to refer to as the 1977 town seal, was first created to appear on a commemorative booklet celebrating the 250th anniversary of the community. And in 1977, at a town meeting, Article 41 adopted the current town seal. So for the rest of what I'm going to talk about, just to keep it clear, we refer to either the 1913 or the 1977 town seal. So the current town seal has 6 pieces to it. And you can see, starting in the upper left-hand side, the indication that we were the 100th town adopted by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It has an outline of the community, an image of the cotton gin, and then on the right-hand side you can see an image of the town hall, the pie crust border, that yellow pie crust border, and the incorporation date in 1717. And you can see the center color, Westborough, Massachusetts, is in Ranger red. Now, from the results of our survey, and also from other responses that we received through email, through public forums, this is the raw data that we received. Now, we also have in a report that we presented that we've now sent off to the town manager, and we've asked for it to be sent out to the community. We received a total of 413 individual responses. And you can see that 244 responses indicated a desire to change the town seal, 155 indicated a desire to keep the town seal, and 14 were somewhat ambiguous or expressed really ambivalence about the town seal. I should mention that we also presented to the Town Finance Committee at the end of August, and so we've done this. This is the second time I've done this, and just to let you know. Why should we change the town seal? Well, it was interesting to us. We came together because of the presence of the cotton gin on the town seal, but the focus of most of our attention was on the structure of the imagery on the current seal in its entirety. In other words, our attention centered on the design, the drawings, and what they mean, and what people think they mean. So because of that, we've concluded that the current 1977 town seal is not an accurate representation of the community's values and ideals. And I should mention, all the wording that's on this slide, we voted as a committee to approve this wording. The second bullet about the current town seal is visually ineffective. We spent multiple meetings talking about the visual identity of this seal. And we think that the colors are dated, that the imagery it's difficult to identify. I've been a resident of this community for 34 years. When I first moved here and I saw this town seal, I thought that what was the cotton gin was a lawnmower. And I thought that the town hall was actually the Congregational Church at the junction of Main Street and Church Street, just as an example. That's just me, but I'm saying that other people have said something similar to us. And then finally, the cotton gin is associated with the expansion of slavery. We think that there are two things about the 1913 town seal, that by moving forward to change it, we think that it represents that which is both iconic and timeless. We think it's professional. And ultimately, we think that for embossing legal documents, it's cleaner. We think reverting to the original town seal is going to cost far less than designing a new town seal. We had numerous discussions about the cost of doing this. We're very, very cognizant of that. And then, interestingly, there was intersection between people who were saying that they did not want to change the town seal, but if we were to change it, to go to the 1913 town seal. And we also had residents who said, change the town seal, return to the 1913 town seal. And it was there that our committee said, oh, wait a minute, this is a compromise. This is a good way to bring the community together. So that's how we got here with what will ultimately be our recommendations. The costs, simple thing. The cost of replacing it, we talked about this at 3 separate meetings. And since the Westborough Town Clerk's Office is in possession of a fully functioning 1913 town seal embosser, we believe it's the least costly way to replace the 1977 town seal. We also think it returns us to our heritage. So the committee voted unanimously, with all members present, to replace the 1977 town seal by moving forward to return to the 1913 town seal. Furthermore, any current use of the 1977 town seal may be replaced when a vehicle, a uniform, stationary, etc., has to be replaced anyway. But we think, again, that it's the least costly way to do this. And currently, Owen Page, who is in the town manager's office, is researching additional costs for us. We put this request in shortly after Labor Day, and he's in the process of doing that for us. Our recommendations are as follows. First, the first one, straightforward, is to ask that the official town seal be changed from its current format. And that if that is done, the committee recommends the following process. Again, we're trying to stick to the charge that was put together by the town meeting in May of 2021. That to replace the 1977 town seal with the original town seal approved by the town in 1913. If that's approved, then the town meeting authorizes I beg your pardon, if it's not approved, then the town meeting authorizes the formation of a town design committee for the purpose of overseeing the design of a new town seal, and a diverse committee of 3 to 5 residents who would be appointed by the town moderator. And that committee would be charged with issuing a professional request for a proposal to design a new town seal, determine a future source of funding, and then finally, any other duties required to bring a new town seal to the town meeting for approval. So that's our presentation. I'm happy to field questions. If you have recommendations for us on if you think there's something missing from our presentation, please tell us. And I've tried to be brief because I recognize that your agenda is packed tonight. And again, thank you for having me tonight.
Thank you very much. Sean?
Yeah, thank you very much for all this work and the volume of meetings and forums you've had on this topic over this time. I think you've the whole committee has put in a tremendous effort on behalf of this. One of the things I was trying to figure out is, certainly I agree with your recommendation to go away from the old seal. And then the second part is to create a process to, let me see here, recommendation that should.
Process.
Yeah. And then I guess, so the process you've created is vote on the old seal. Is that sort of what we've determined the process is? I guess that's where I'm a little.
But our language is we think it's best to move forward by returning to our heritage, and in doing that, it essentially settles this, and we actually think it's an excellent compromise.
Okay.
It does take us back to our history also.
Yeah, I guess my concern is whether or not it's following what was requested in the article at former town meeting.
So my interpretation, because that's what I would worried that we would get hung up on, and I want to echo the thanks of the amount of work that this committee has put in, but the order may be slightly reversed in terms of how the original article was framed when we voted to initiate the creation of this committee. But I would be very comfortable in saying there has been a very broad public process to get us to this point. There has been, and I would dare say all the things that a future committee could be charged with: online surveys, forums, public forums, with the diverse stakeholders, I believe has already been done. And I think initially I was much more in favor of the simple recommendation of we recommend the change and take it from their town meeting, but I agree and fully support this idea of the iconic image and its simplicity, its ability to be recreated, and I think that you have covered what the charge was in the original article back in 21.
Mr. Keogh, may I just address one quick
Sure.
thing? So we are, as part of our outreach, we reached out to many groups in the community, Rotary Club, Garden Club, the schools. And at the time we did so, we weren't sure if we were going to get a statement back. For example, I'll use the Rotary Club. We weren't sure if we were going to get a statement back from the Rotary Club with an opinion. And then that didn't happen. Rather, folks at each of these entities went and distributed our survey to their members. So in some cases, residents of the community got multiple survey requests.
Yeah, and for me, I think what you've done is over the top, and I agree with the conclusions you've come to. I'm just more saying technically, do we have an issue here? I agree with your conclusions. I think the group has done a wonderful job. I'm just wondering if that's an issue for us, and I guess it's not really even maybe a question to you, if it's a question to council or something, or Mr. Arnold, who's raising his hand.
I was just
Yeah,
gonna
as
say-
John, as John comes up, I mean, I think the way you've worded it, or the committee has worded it here, as this is the following process, I think if you just came with replace the current one, but I think you have said, we went through a process, our process is replace this, but if not, here is
That's
the process.
correct. Yes, that's exactly
So there is a
it.
process.
Yes, that is our process.
And again, I say here it says proposed process, so they are not proposing a process, they went through a process. But again,
Well,
I'm probably being
they're-
overly technical.
They are proposing a process. And the first step of the process would be have town meeting vote to adopt the 1913 seal as the going forward, back to our roots, back to our history seal. If town meeting chooses not to do that, then the next step in the process would be the next warrant article, which is establish a design committee to come up with a totally new design, which wouldn't be necessary if town meeting did it. So, I'm comfortable with this, and I'm glad that it was a unanimous vote from their committee as well.
I'm certainly glad that we had the discussion at the Town Seal Review Committee, since I was wondering if that was going to come up. I'm John Arnold, I'm the town moderator. I'm the appointing authority of the Town Seal Review Committee, and I don't take any position on their positions, but I have been advising them throughout on what I thought their charge was. And what came up in my summary is that what's been said is very accurate. The committee determined that they thought they could save the town time and money by saying, we think we've got a solution. And they asked, what does that mean given their charge? And I thought about it. And I said, well, there really is no, in the article that created the committee, it said that they were to suggest a process. And so I said it didn't say a complicated process, it didn't say a specific process. And so I went through a similar exercise in my own mind and with the committee to say, would it be fair to say if there's a process if the committee just came up with a take it or leave it? And I decided it probably wouldn't be fair to town meeting if the committee just came up with said, here's a new sound seal, take it or leave it, because that isn't really a process. That's saying like, here's a recommendation. So the thought process that we went through was that the committee's belief was that they could save another year and potentially, some money by saying, we think an outcome could be this, and if you choose not to agree with that outcome, you can do this, and that would be another process. So rather than going just to a design process, they essentially decided to recommend a process that says, if you agree with what we heard from the community that the 1913 seal is, you can vote on on that article, and then the town meeting would move to the design process. And of course, there's nothing to prevent town meeting from adopting both. I think, so I'll separate this. The committee's recommendation is to do 1913 and not the design review committee. The second article, however, will be, assuming it's on the warrant, would be taken up. And if there are people who say, we think you're right, that we don't want the current town seal to be the town seal, but if the town wants the old 1913 town seal to be the town seal, vote for that. But then the town meeting can choose to ignore the recommendation of the committee and still decide to fund a town seal design committee to essentially say, should we replace whatever the outcome of the previous one is? So it's not the standard process, but it was a process. But my belief and my advice to the committee was that it's not necessarily what people would expect, but it's a process because you're giving them an early choice to say, let's take action now. And you're saying, and if you don't want to do that, then the town can go through that. So it is a bit long and convoluted, but the committee had valid points for wanting to do it that way. And I think it does address the recommended process.
All right, thank you. I guess then one more question. If Article 21 passes, would you then ask?
Article 22. You're still on the old one.
Oh, sorry, yes. If this one passes, would then you request that the next article be passed over?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's part of the process.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. It's part of the process. That's right.
Can I ask a question?
No, I appreciate that. I think that was how I interpreted it. I think it makes sense. John, thank you for your interpretation.
Too.
Yes.
Question. Did the town sale committee consider asking for money to initiate some of these changes? Because I know we've exchanged some emails, and one of the concerns that I have, and I think it makes sense that maybe you would continue to use your business cards and things, but in terms of public safety, they each wear 2 patches, and we certainly wouldn't want them all to have different patches. So that's an example of something that I think would need to be immediately changed.
Sure. So the way we interpreted, part of our conclusion was it would ultimately, what this is recommending is an immediate change with the embosser at the town clerk's office. Mm-hmm. To speak to your question, that would be left to the discretion of the head of a department to change it immediately or to not change it immediately. We did it that way mainly because we were very, very concerned about the costs of doing this within the community. So to answer the first part of your question, did we think about seeking additional funding or anything like that? No, we did not do that. We from the get-go were very, very concerned about how much this would cost.
And so I think you had language in here, one of the slides.
I can go to it too. If you want.
Well, and
it's in the slide, but this would be the official town seal. So I understand that we want to do it sort of over time, but there are some things that will have to happen more quickly.
Right. So my question would be, does the article need to further define who owns that process of that? I mean, I presume it would, I guess I would think that it would fall to the town manager and I guess town manager, superintendent, I'm not sure because divisional labor there, but in terms of, for appropriate budgeting as it pertains to.
I mean, I guess my point is that I don't want anyone to be surprised if there's an article in March to fund the changing of the town seal, because if we change the patches or we hire a new firefighter and they have the new town seal, we don't want them to all have different, and this is an example. I don't think it's something that is a reason to not move forward, but I do think that there's a funding question, and I know that a lot of the work that Owen is doing, some of those things could happen over time, but I think some of these things wouldn't happen over time.
Christy, would it be? Oh.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I know that town meeting is happening quickly. I don't know how quickly we'll have those numbers, but I think that's a very real question that could be asked. I mean, could we have a list of what we think would be higher priority items? Like, for example, I don't think it would be necessary to repaint police cars, right, with the new sale, or re-decal them. But if we're buying new cars, right? So that's a real question.
So that's what Owen's working on.
Right.
Um,
And will we have that information in time for town meeting?
We will, but there's no article for funding.
Correct. No, I understand,
Yeah.
but we'd have a sense of kind of how many and an estimate of cost.
I guess my assumption would be if there aren't, public safety patches, that if there isn't funds, if the desire is to have all the patches on all the uniforms changed at the same time, and there isn't funds available, then they would continue to use the existing patches until we appropriated the funds that would be done at that time. So yes, a new firefighter could start with the current patch and would then, however many months later, have to change it.
Right, once there's money available.
Yes.
Once there's money available.
Patrick, you had
Yeah, I was just going to say, or ask the question, it may not even, and this is going to be kind of a department question I imagine you're going to have, Christy, if this passes, that it may not even be able to be a department to department, right? If our firefighters and our police department and our DPW, or I'll just use fire and police, all want to, respond to an incident, we want them to be part of the same team, look like the same team, and have the same patches on them. So it may be broader than just fire or just police as you phase that. But I see this as if it's voted on by the town meeting to move forward with the 1913. By the way, I'm very supportive of it. I'm very supportive of the process that you went through. It's really hard to get to middle ground.
Thank you.
And I think you guys did a fantastic job having sat in those meetings and heard the passion of residents in the town. So I really commend you for the work you've done. But I think this is kind of if that happens, it's just the marching orders to go forward and say, now, town manager and team, figure out what we need to do to finance this over time.
Well, right. I mean, that's what we're doing. But the point I'm making is that it's an expense. And so there are certainly things that we might not change until we get a new fire truck, right? But there's other things that are more immediate, like our flag. Like that's, not something that's going to wear out. We're going to get a flag with the correct town seal on it. So there's expenses attached.
Can I ask a question on that? I know it's been talked about before, and I know Wendy's here, but town seal is required to emboss documents. Now, we have adopted that we've used the town seal on other things, but is that really the town seal legally? And I guess my second part of the question is, if we adopt this new town seal, does that mean that town seal will be our insignia, I'll call it a different name, that goes on every document, police uniform or not?
So certainly we have examples of other symbols being used. The sleigh is on our street signs. The town hall is on our police badges. I guess the question is, would we be comfortable sort of using the old town seal and just saying that that's not the town seal anymore on patches?
Well, I guess that's one of the things that come up. legally.
We do have to notify the Secretary of State.
Can you,
Right.
yep.
Once we change our seal, they have to know that that's our
Can
official
you
seal.
speak into the, just,
Sorry.
Yeah.
so that's okay.
Wendy Mickle, Town Clerk. We do have, when we change it, if we change it, we have to let the Secretary of State's office know we have a new seal, and I need to do that probably right after it's voted. So however we incorporate it into uniforms and that kind of stuff is up to us. Is it required that the police wear the town seal or anything like that? So, I don't.
Yeah, that was my question. When I think that the law is really that you need a town seal. That town seal is used to emboss official documents of the town. The question I guess I was asking
Any other
is,
presentations discretionary?
we've used a piece of the town seal or a version of what is the town seal to be on patches, cars, etc. The question comes up is, I think legally we're not required to say that any town seal is the insignia that represents the town. We could. The question
You probably
is,
could put logos on vehicles or, have a town logo.
or just say
Right.
Town of Westborough, yeah, I don't know, yeah.
Right.
And that
With
was
anything.
that was a distinction, we had numerous discussions about this, and we made the distinction between where the town seal legally had to appear and whether it's being used as an insignia or a logo. Exactly, that's exactly the point. So, because of that, the taking the 1977 seal out of service, that can be done in many different ways. And I fully respect what you're asking, Chrissy. It's a great question, but ultimately, the use of it as for embossing of legal documents, that's ultimately what matters most.
Right.
This is like the beginning of meeting number 21 of the Town Seal Review Committee, just for the record.
That makes sense, and I think your point is very valid. I think we have to, whatever comes out of that, I think there's probably more work to be done in terms of what we want. I don't know the thought process that went in for all these things, because it's used in a lot of places, but as you said, the town seal, whatever, was not used on the street signs. We use sleighs instead. So there are other insignias that represent the town. If we wanted to use something different, maybe it is a process we need to go through to decide on, but I think that
It's just, it's not legal, it's not legally required to use the seal line.
It's discretionary.
which also,
Right.
which,
Right.
which basically answers your question, that we're not required to have a funding source that says, hey, it's changed, now we gotta change all of this stuff immediately, because those really aren't official legal uses of the town seals.
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct.
Space for advertisements on the cruisers.
But when we're talking,
I knew that's where Ian was going, advertising on
am.
cruisers.
on
That's-
patches,
In patches.
Bail bonds. Make us some money, come
A
on.
revenue source.
Okay, other question, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the term logo is just used, so I just curious, when I think of logos and trademarks and things like that, there's also a question of how it can be colored. I mean, I'm just curious if there was ever any conversation around, this is very black and white, looks like 1913. You can't put that logo on a black police cruiser, right? You wouldn't see it. So was there any conversation about any limitation on how it could be used on vehicles, on patches, et cetera, and the colorization of it? Or would it just simply be a black and white version of it? That's how the patch on a police officer's arm would look.
I know I'm repeating myself, but because of the cost involved with this, we were concerned about that, and consequently, the direct answer is we didn't talk about, for example, let's say changing the color of this, of the 1913 town seal. No, we didn't do that. It just seemed like, well, we were quite conclusive that this was the most effective way to do this, both as far as cost and as far as trying to bring about, there's a myriad of other issues that came up that we've had to address with this. Unifying the community, trying to address the heritage of the community. And I do understand your concern with this. That might be something to consider down the road. And I fully appreciate the question, but we think that it's the word that our committee used was amateur nature of the current 1977 town seal when compared to the timeless nature of this one, which is what drove us to that. And I do appreciate the question.
Yeah. But I think if this were to be adopted from a legal perspective, and that for the purpose that it's needed legally, the black and white works, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But I think you raise a great point of going forward, what is the branding of the town?
Exactly, it's a branding.
And
Could
that.
be Ranger Red for Westborough, Massachusetts.
Exactly, yes.
That's
There's
just
three colors you choose. I don't know, but
Yeah.
that's
Right,
future
but I do think that
consideration,
that's
I guess.
for future, and we should anticipate that, question could come up, at town meeting.
And the logos on the cruisers now are black and white.
It's in silver kind of.
Well, it's the silver, but it's monochrome. Right.
Yeah.
It's a
Those
single,
graphics,
it's
colors.
a monochrome treatment of the color. And so it's not, even the current town seal, which has specific colors to it, when it's used as a logo, is adapted for the application. We would do the same with this. It's.
Okay, anything else? I think we've.
You need somebody who knows.
Now we're marketing experts.
Thank you. Actually, I did have one final question from me. Hopefully it's the final one. The first article is the report of the town seal committee, so basically see if the town will vote to hear the report. Am I right in assuming that this is the report that will be given?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And again, there's a printed report also, that, again, it's gone out.
You have it in your packet.
Yes.
Yep.
And it's available, it'll be available on the town website, so residents can read that if they wish. And we're gonna also have that.
I was just reading the way that it's written.
That's right.
Once again, it's a
And that was
vote
a
to hear. Yeah.
John Arnold, who said to us that was a formality, but that was something that we should make sure is the first, if for this portion of that part of the town meeting, that article needs to be
first.
Yep. That's all. That's why it's there.
Yep.
All right.
Perfect.
Any other questions?
This was excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Thank you
having
very
us.
much.
Okay.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
very much.
Thank you to the committee.
Yes, please pass on the thanks to the committee.
Yes, I will. Thank you, and I appreciate all the comments. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Okay, the next piece here is to go through all other warrant articles. We did get a request. There was a late addition, which is Article, well, two late additions, as we know. We already heard on Article 30. Article 29 is plastic reduction bylaw by the Board of Health, so I think we wanted to hear from that one, and then any other warrant articles that we wanted to
Just a quick
review.
note, Christie, if I may, it says Article 33.
No, that's the actual.
That's the article that's being
bylaw.
amended.
Flip to the
It's Article
bylaw.
29.
That's the bylaw. It's Article 29.
Oh,
It's
okay.
confusing.
I
It's the
know.
same thing.
It's amending Article 33, yep.
Hello, and thank you for having us today. I'm going to be presenting the article in question, and I'll give you, I just have a few slides, excuse me, as soon as my laptop turns on.
Introduction, just, Ian, introduction, just people might not know who he is.
Oh, yeah, Alan, can you just introduce yourself? Because in case
Alan Ehrlich, 6 Garfield Drive, Chairman of the Westborough Board of Health.
Thank you.
we know you, but just in case anybody watch on TV.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm not quite sure you're seeing that. Okay, good.
Yep.
So I'm going to start by giving some background as to why I'm here in the first place. At the previous town meeting, this article was presented, and there were some questions at town meeting that weren't easily answerable. And so this was referred to the Board of Health to investigate, come up with some suggestions as to what needed to be done, and then bring that back to town meeting. So that's the reason that I'm here. In our process, we held a public information session on July 19th. We reached out by both regular mail and email to all food establishments within the town of Westborough, and that included grocery stores as well as restaurants. You're going to see this slide more than once. I'm putting it here so that you know what we're talking about. This is the essence of everything that I have to say. The remainder will be supporting issues around changing wording or things like that. But what this bylaw proposal is about is adding this item that grocery stores or retail stores, and as you'll see, retail stores includes restaurants, must use biodegradable material for dine-out services when such an alternative exists. And then examples include takeout containers, utensils, and sauce containers. Westborough tries to be a green community. This is part of that green initiative of both sustainability and reducing waste. This is the current bylaw, and you can see at the top it says plastic bag reduction bylaw. The bylaw was originally started for the purpose of reducing plastic bags at the time of checkout, and this is being added to it to go from talking about plastic bags to single-use plastics. And that's the wording change that you see there. Again, it's trying to address when someone gets takeout food, they're getting in a single-use plastic container with plastic utensils, and are alternatives that can be considered. So the wording change you see here is just changing from plastic checkout bags to single-use plastics. Other than that, this is, again, in support of the slide I showed just a moment ago. Here are some definitions I think are relevant for the discussion. Grocery store means a retail establishment where more than 50% of the gross floor area is devoted to the sale of food products, and then you can see the rest of that. A retail store, any business facility that sells goods directly to the consumer and includes retail stores, restaurants, pharmacies, convenience and grocery stores, liquor stores, seasonal and temporary businesses. And then the term biodegradable means toxin-free and capable of being decomposed by bacteria or other living organisms. These are not new definitions. They are already part of the bylaw. We have simply highlighted them on this slide just for reference purposes in understanding the proposed bylaw change. This is section 3. It currently contains A, B, and C, just as you see before you. Item D is the new item. And for your convenience, I've highlighted it all by itself. But just showing you where it falls within the existing bylaw. It's under the use regulations. So, to go through it now, grocery stores or retail stores must use biodegradable material for dine-out services when such an alternative exists. Examples include, but not limited to, takeout container, utensils, and sauce containers. This is just, again, an effective date and then changing the wording so it no longer refers to checkout bags. And you can, again, this is just minor wording. We'll come back to the main slide in a minute when we get to the discussion. Enforcement, this is, again, already in the existing bylaw. The only difference is changing plastic checkout bags to single-use plastic. Just a little bit of background. So in our informational session, the Board of Health met with, there were only, I'd say, 2 or 3, maybe 4 restaurants or stores that reach out to us. Some were present. And the bottom line of the meeting is what you see in front of you. The Board of Health supports the goal of plastic reduction in Westborough. Businesses are not opposed to trying to reduce the use of plastics. They would like some assistance and incentives from economic development, if possible. And the key issues for the businesses are, one is policing, how is this enforced? Supply chain issues. We were told that alternatives do exist, but there are different vendors that they use for their supplies, and it's not always easy to get it at the moment. We know nationally that there are supply chain issues, and it impacts all of our local retailers and restaurants. Some use Restaurant Depot down in Milford, some use Cisco. There's a variety of choices, and depending upon who you have, you may or may not be able to get things, in part because some of the smaller restaurants are lower priority than if you're McDonald's or Wendy's or something like that, a big chain that that these supply vendors are trying to maintain a good relationship with. There will be increased costs. At least there will likely be increased costs associated with this. Some of the things that are being replaced are very inexpensive, but are not very biodegradable. And in terms of the magnitude of the costs, on a percentage basis, it may be a lot. On an absolute basis, you're probably talking about pennies for a container to, dime, 10 to 30 cents for a container, something in that range. And then there is issues about the reliability of alternatives. Depending upon what the particular use is, some of the available biodegradable options may not meet certain performance standards. And from my perspective, if I come back to the slide, it does say when such an alternative exists. And so, that's, I think, the issue there is judging is something an acceptable alternative or not. But if there are acceptable alternatives, from what we were told at our public meeting, there wasn't great opposition to doing this. I just want to point out one other thing in the bylaw here, the effective date. Again, much like the original bylaw, there's time to work down existing inventory. And in addition, if there is a hardship, for whatever reason, could be supply chain, could be other things, this allows for appeal to the select board in order to get some assistance in mitigating the problem or dealing with what they're going through. So that's everything I have to say about this. I'm happy to take questions. I didn't realize this till just now, but when we formally present this, I would obviously update the language on the slide to say select board instead of board of selectmen.
I think the article has select board in it. So
Okay.
it's already updated in what we have
Thank
on
you.
the warrant, but
Okay.
No offense taken.
no offense taken. We're still learning it too. So. Questions?
So,
Anybody?
I'll go.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sean.
I know, I think this makes sense. Could you give an example of somebody who currently is using non-single-use plastic bags? I think it says here.
So are you saying who's using, let's say, a biodegradable product right now?
So you're saying any grocery or retail store distributing single-use plastic bags?
So we've moved on from the bags. The bags are done, okay? So this should say single-use plastics.
Oh, so section 5 is out here?
I'm going to
Sorry,
come,
is that-
there's section 5. It says single-use, if you see what's on the screen, that should
Could you
reflect.
give an example of something that isn't single-use? I guess I read this and it looks like it allows
Sure.
plastic if it's not single-use.
Yeah. So there are certain types of plastic that have been excluded at last town meeting. But for instance, you may, if you ever buy a bag from Trader Joe's, they have plastic bags with handles. That's a plastic bag. And you can take that to the grocery store and you can use that. Okay? That's an example of not a single use. You would use it repeatedly.
Okay, gotcha. So we're okay with multi-use plastic?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is not a question for you, Dr. Ehrlich. It just in general, the question that immediately comes to mind is the policing part of it and the enforcement. So I'm in favor of this change, but I do think that there has to be I think it, by the nature of the variety of single-use items that could be used that are not plastic, it puts a significant burden on the Board of Health or other, maybe town staff to understand what the, options are out there, to recommend them, and as part of that kind of policing and enforcement. So I think that there has to be a ramp-up time both on the business side as well as the town side. That's just sort of a common sense thought.
Agreed. If we go to slide 4, or section 4, the effective date allows 6 months from the time of town meeting, if this is approved at town meeting. And the Board of Health already does obviously communicate regularly with all of the food establishments in town, so that communication can take place.
So town council advised that this effective date of 6 months doesn't apply. The effective to an amendment, it only applied when it was originally passed as a bylaw, the way it's written. And so that's why when we had the other amendments, they became effective upon the AG approving them. So I was going to request that there be some sort of amendment offered at town meeting to change this to say this bylaw or any amendments thereto shall take effect 6 months following town meeting approval, and then just cross out of the bylaw, because it's very difficult to inform businesses when we don't know when we're going to get the response from the AG, and it's a short time frame. So
I think that that's very reasonable.
Makes sense.
Yep, that makes sense.
And it sounds like that's what you're wanting anyways, so.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I just had a couple questions, and I apologize because I'm probably going to come across as ignorant here, but so what this does, so today a lot of restaurants offer plastic takeout containers. I use them over and over again, but those would not be viable under this anymore because they would be deemed single-use plastic. Is that correct?
So you are correct. Like yourself, we reuse those all the time for leftovers at home.
Yes.
Okay, right. But the fact that they can be reused in that way, they're defined as single-use because the vast majority of people throw it in the trash.
Right. And they're non-biodegradable.
They're not biodegradable. Some of them are actually recyclable, but you get into problems where, and this is true of plastics in general, if you want to recycle them, you've got to rinse them. Things that already are coming with significant food contamination, you have to rinse them properly, or you're contaminating your recycling stream, and then that winds up in the incinerator at Harvey's. I'm sorry, at Wheelabrator, if they're not properly prepared.
Okay. And so, and this is my ignorant question. So it's plastic reduction bylaw, but there are things that are non-plastic that are still outlawed here because they'd be potentially traditional styrofoam versus biodegradable styrofoam.
So yeah, this is a modification of a plastic bag bylaw, and I think the intent was, the simplest thing was just to call it a plastic reduction. But there are other factors to consider. This is really talking about making things biodegradable. You do have biodegradable plastics, so they would be okay.
Yep.
You have other, the other thing that isn't really addressed here is aluminum. If you go to Chipotle right now, you get a biodegradable thing if you're getting a bowl, a burrito bowl, but it's got an aluminum top on it. All right, that aluminum top is not biodegradable by our definition. The bottom is, and obviously that'd be something to work through. Are there alternatives that are biodegradable that would be acceptable? And that's something to work through.
But that is recyclable.
It is recyclable, yes.
But it's not biodegradable. But it's where, going back to your thing, is if one exists.
Yes.
So if one exists and they're required to do it, if there is not an acceptable one that figures to exist,
and I guess
probably is, but yeah.
To the policing issue, knowing that the Board of Health is in locations with food, grocery stores and restaurants on a periodic basis for required inspections, that you'd be looking at the materials they're using for carry out or take home, and that, like many of our bylaws and regulations, policing would generally be in response to complaints. We don't.
Which is how
we want people to follow the rules, but we don't necessarily go looking for trouble.
Right. Which is how the language is in there right now.
Which is how the language is in
the
right
bylaw.
now,
So, but on that note, I guess my question is around that citizen report component. When a citizen sees somebody speeding down the street because they know that the speed limit is 35 miles per hour, it's pretty clear that person's speeding down the street. What's not entirely, and I'm very supportive of this, but what's not entirely clear is what is the guidance that we can give citizens? You see on the bottom of plastic, a triangle with a 1 or a 3 or whatever. Is there something that should be said in this, or even as part of the communication to the businesses, to say in order to meet or be compliant to this, that you need to have this standard of biodegradable containers as part of it? And then as a citizen, if I walk into a Chipotle as the example, I know that top isn't compliant to that, and therefore I have something that I can go to and make a formal complaint about versus, hey, I think that's a non-compliant plastic, but I don't know it because I've seen the plastics that have been presented, and they're you put one in one hand and one in the other, I can't tell the difference.
Right.
So I guess what is the guidance coming away from this that we could tell the community and the businesses as to what is the standard by which they're being held?
So I think what was already said is what I would communicate to the public, which is the Board of Health will be talking to food establishments as part of, first of all, education up front, and then ongoing inspections that are taking place on a routine basis. We try and inspect every food establishment at least twice a year. So if someone has a concern, they can reach out, but they should know that this is something that we're paying attention to, but there is a mechanism whereby if there's a sudden change and somebody has a question, they can reach out, obviously either to the town manager or the Board of Health.
Yeah, I was just going to add that if a citizen is uncertain, they should reach out. We've already had complaints filed about the amended plastic bag bylaw, and it's really, we put it on the businesses to show us that they're compliant or not. So we would advise, the first complaint, we would advise them of the bylaw, and then they would have to show that how they're compliant, or they would have to comply.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was just trying to give the community also something that they could say, hey, yeah, this thing is not or is. That way I'm not lodging an erroneous complaint, taking time up from the town.
So it's a challenging thing. Again, if you go back to probably the most recent famous example was COVID, where there were, let's say, mask regulations, and some people had exemptions for one reason or another. And so complaints would come into the Board of Health, and we process them, and we try and either get to the bottom of it or educate the citizen who called in about what is allowed or what isn't allowed and things like that.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know we still have other warrant articles, but I am conscious of time, and I know we had a few things and people waiting here for a while on other pieces, so my thinking is to move and hit items 10 and 11, and then go back to these others, if other are okay with that?
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay, so let's hit 10 first, Waste Management Exploratory Committee Charter. This was originally scheduled for 7:40, and now we're at 8:25, so are there folks here for this one? Hello?
Can you guys display it, or do you want us to put it up?
I don't think we have it to display. Do you have it? Well, you have it in the packet.
Nathan has it on his computer.
Okay,
too.
yeah, that's fine.
Do you want me to just give a little background as?
Sure.
Well, just while they're getting, so, for the public's benefit and the board's benefit, the Waste Management Exploratory Committee was constituted by the Select Board earlier this year. The committee has now met twice. Christy is a town staff advisor to that and has been at all the meetings. The committee is composed of a number of individuals, and I know presenters will provide that information, but the purpose of the committee is to look, the committee has been actively looking at its charter and charge, and that's really the purpose of tonight's meeting, to get the board's support of that, along with a framework for a timeline going forward and the committee's work before we get too far out of the gate.
So, I'm Katie Curtin-Mestre, Chair of the Waste Management Exploratory Committee, 26 Linda Street.
I'm Nathan Askew, Vice Chair of the committee at 55 Fisher Street.
And this is the proposed charter that we're bringing forward to the Select Board for approval. The committee met twice to get this charter finalized and bring it forward to you all today. So the objectives of the committee is to reduce total residential town waste, defined as any residential disposal that goes to the Wheelabrator incinerator paid for by the town, in alignment with the Mass DEP waste reduction goals of 30% by 2030. Achieving that by increasing recycling and composting, also looking to decrease the contamination of recycling and composting streams. The deliverables are to analyze current waste management data and amount of each subgroup. So we have trash, recycling, and composting at the transfer station and curbside. Just as a reminder for Select Board members who may be wondering, why is curbside included? Just as information, the curbside program that we have in Westborough is paid for by the residents on two levels. First, the residents pay the quarterly fees to Harvey's
but then the town is paying a waste handling fee and then the tipping fee at Wheelabrator, and that's why the curbside is included. Secondly, we want to analyze public and private costs to the residents, taking into account the budget line item for waste, transfer station stickers paid for by residents, curbside payments for Westborough's current waste management program. Third, evaluate potential longer-term operational models and shorter-term initiatives that reduce total waste by either increasing recycling and composting, decreasing contamination, as mentioned earlier. Make recommendations to the select board on short-term initiatives if needed, but our primary focus is more on the longer-term operational model, and then present the comprehensive plan to the select board. In terms of the timeline, the proposed timeline, review of the charter, which is today. Hopefully we'll get the charter approved today. Then we want to review current data, meet as appropriate with appropriate parties such as Harvey's, the DEP. That would be September to November. Recommendation to select board on the proposed go-forward plan in the December to March 2023 timeframe. Then next, solicit feedback from committees and community members from April to June 2023. Ideally make final recommendation to the select board July 23. Submit warrant article in August. And that puts us in a position to go to the fall town meeting in October 2023. And then from there, disband the committee as our charter will have been achieved. And of course, the timeline detailed above is going to be modified, as needed based on feedback received. We originally had discussed trying to go to Springtown meeting, but it just didn't really seem feasible, and everybody felt that aiming for the October town meeting was a reasonable proposal.
Great, thank you. Questions? Alan?
Under the objective, I would suggest changing the wording to say that the objective is to provide a comprehensive report and recommendations to the select board for the reduction of total residential town waste, as it's not really within the power of the committee to actually reduce. The way the objective is wording is your committee is becoming responsible for the reduction in total waste, where the real objective of the committee is to provide those recommendations.
Provide recommendations that would reduce?
That would reduce.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I guess I'd suggest wording it with, since one of your final deliverable is that comprehensive plan, and the warrant article would be part of that, any warrant articles that are needed would be part of that plan, that the objective focus on that comprehensive plan.
Okay. Yep.
Just as a clarification and setting expectations.
Yep, that makes sense.
And could we potentially make that change here and then just approve it today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's just an amendment you made, yep.
So we'd just be adding, provide a comprehensive report.
Did you say in recommendations?
Yeah.
The recommendations in report.
That covers what you wanted. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Other questions?
I would just maybe add to demonstrate, or to, I don't know, that wording just looks funny, to reduce total town recommendation report. That will demonstrate or something, I don't know, just needs to be. Not to wordsmith.
Would that
yeah,
work?
There you go. That works for me, but
yeah,
does that work for the rest of the board?
Yes.
Well,
Yep.
We'll vote in a minute.
Okay.
This is the discussion part.
Okay, here comes my nerdy question here is, it's just, the charter, is the charter the objectives and deliverables, or is the charter you're looking objectives, deliverables, and timeline?
It's all three, all three. And that's why we put in the timeline, that the timeline is kind of subject to adjustment based on feedback received, so
Okay.
it is all three.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not,
Typically, a charter wouldn't include a timeline, but
Right,
that's why I was just asking if that was there, or if you wanted it. I said it was my nerdy question, but.
well, no, I
that's
mean, I think it could be, I mean, I think this could be that, charter objectives and then deliverables, I mean,
Timeline,
right.
yeah, it could be
right.
that, but if you want to include it all as one, that's,
Right.
that's fine too. It could be as simple as just the objectives.
Right, and I mean, this could be just the update and that you guys are gonna vote to approve, hopefully, in a minute.
So
What's
would we
being-
say then that we're approving the charter objectives and deliverables
And timeline.
and the timeline?
Well,
That's fine.
Or
I mean,
not
I just
the
wanted to
timeline?
get more, yeah.
And the report. So if you want to keep the charter in alignment with the deliverables and align with your new objectives, in the deliverables, you should also include the report itself.
It does.
The
Yeah.
last one.
Last bullet.
Present the
Yeah,
comprehensive
present
plan. No,
That's the report.
Or report.
that's the plan is the timeline. What is the plan to execute on the recommendations? So, and
That would
I'd
be
also
us,
flip the two words at the top there. I mean, if we're going to wordsmith here, I'd
I
flip.
didn't say we were.
Fair enough.
No, go ahead.
I would flip recommendation and report, because the report needs to come before the recommendation. Those are two deliverables, the
Yeah.
report and the
I
recommendation.
understand, yeah. Yep.
So comment or question?
Yes.
And this may be more for the board. So we go through this timeline at this time next year. We go to town meeting. We get the articles passed. And then let's say in a few years, we realize that, wait, we're coming short of our goal. The select board then would maybe redraft the Waste Management Exploratory
I'll be
Committee.
retired.
Whoever those individuals are, I guess, and, because the 30% goal is like a fixed goal we're trying to meet. Right?
I think after this committee's an ad hoc committee with a specific goal of coming up with a plan and recommendations that would be adopted ideally 1 year from now at Fall Town Meeting 2023, that would then become part of the town's operation to whatever extent changes are made. If we're falling short of the goal, whether or not we'd have to recreate this committee, or whether it would be handled by whatever exists as far as Sustainable Westborough or Sustainability Coordinator and staff functions within the town or Board of Health.
Correct.
Can be determined at that time. I mean, part of the goal, I believe, the overriding goal of the Sustainability Action Plan and the Master Plan is to institutionalize sustainability and efforts like this within the operation of the town. So we don't need ongoing ad hoc and special committees to advance the work. And so this kicks it off and gets the snowball rolling down the hill, right?
Right.
So Sean, I think as an example, or to support what you just said in terms of the report and recommendations, there would be a plan. This committee would present elements of ongoing monitoring and measurement of achievement toward that 2030 goal, right? So that would be part of the deliverable. How are we going to know whether or not this work is successful once it's out of committee?
And then to your question, we do have kind of Sustainable Westborough. And the conversation has always been with Pete Dumbeck that waste is just another kind of area of focus for Sustainable Westborough. So once the committee concludes, hopefully successfully at this time next year, if a couple years down the line, we just weren't achieving our goals, the Sustainable Westborough group would be potentially the committee to have that conversation with.
Hey,
Makes
thank
sense.
you very much. This looks great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve the proposed charter for the Waste Management Exploratory Committee.
Second.
That is the one that's been updated here, as we said,
Yes.
right? Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Your work now begins. Okay, next is the Verizon contract presentation and approval from the Cable TV Advisory Committee. Brian, apologies for,
Oh, it's okay.
I saw you
It's
had.
public service. They have to understand. It's all part of a process. Good evening, Brian McLaughlin, Chair, Westborough Cable Advisory Committee, 28 Haskell Street. So over the course of the past 2 years, the Cable Advisory Committee, along with our council and advisors, have met numerous times and executed fully the ascertainment process as required by law. We had a fantastic public hearing right in this room and brought many, many citizens of Westborough and supporting staff of the town here to give testimony about how Westborough Public Access through Verizon has impacted themselves and the community, especially throughout the past couple of years with the pandemic and all. So what you have before you this evening is the result of the work of the last couple of years through the committee. Myself, Shelby Marshall, Steve Hart. We have our counsel, William Hewig, here with us as well. And I can't say enough about Karen Henderson of Westborough TV, who's provided advice and guidance for us along the way. And we all know what a great resource she is to the town. So the proposed license that you have is a 5-year license from Verizon. If you sign it this evening, it will take effect this evening. And again, it's a 5-year license. It allows for cable service for the town of Westborough through Verizon and provides generously capital funds for Westborough TV for the next 5 years. So that's the long and the short of it. You do have an executive summary of the license, and we're also here to answer any specific questions you might have. It's all pretty much there. The license is not that long, and this replaces the 15-year license that I can't believe I was here 15 years ago asking you to approve that, but here we are. So 15 years now, we're down to 5. That's the landscape of cable TV these days. No more 15-year licenses, so 5 years is where we're at with Verizon. So again, happy to entertain any questions.
Or just one question. I know that we had gotten a request tonight because what's new here, I think, is an HD
right.
channel.
So in addition to the license, part of the stipulation in the license is that Westborough TV will get one HD channel in addition to our standard definition 3 existing channels. And in order to do that under the license, we have to formally request that from Verizon. So we've prepared that letter for you to sign, provided you adopt the license tonight. So.
Thank you. Just wanted to bring that up. Okay, questions, comments? Besides, thank you. This was a lot of work.
A little bit, but
yeah.
it's worth it.
Yeah, no, absolutely worth it.
Yeah.
So,
I have one question, and it's, because I looked through the license, it wasn't clear to me. Going forward, will Verizon provide viewership data back to Westborough TV?
No.
That is something that I don't believe they do, right, Bill?
No.
They won't?
No. That's something that we've asked for over and over from both Charter and Verizon. They're not legally obligated to provide those numbers, so.
Okay.
We do some informal surveys through Westborough TV and word of mouth, and there's a lot of feedback to the station, but in terms of hard actual data, we can't get that.
we get a lot of feedback about select board meetings, and a lot of people watch it.
A lot of
which is
people
surprising.
watch it. I'm surprised there's no one else here tonight.
I know, they watch on TV.
Yeah, there you go.
They want to see Sean.
We'll be in high def now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
High def, yeah.
Gotta look better.
I'm the one that looks at the back of my head.
Can we have a budget item for
Put
makeup
some on the low
now?
def channel, please.
Exactly, yeah. Low def is good. Any other comments, questions? Or is there a motion?
I move to approve the cable television renewal license granted to Verizon New England, Inc., dated September 27th, 2022.
Second.
Okay, anything further? All those in favor? 5 to 0,
Excellent,
5
thank
being
you.
present.
All right, now that that's done, so you have a copy, I assume you have a copy somewhere, you need to sign it, and we'll put it in the mail.
Yeah.
So secondly, we also have this letter in your name, Mr. Chair, to formally request the HD channel from Verizon, and that will, they tell us it takes, the languages in the contract is within 270 days of receiving this letter. They tell us it'll probably be sooner. I've never gotten a real technical specification as to why it takes 270 days, but here we are.
Okay.
But we'll get it.
So we can sign this and.
And we've provided all that letter
Do we need to authorize
to
you to
you
sign?
as well.
Maybe, so the HD one is just my signature?
Yes, that's just a request, formal request from
Okay.
the
So do you
town.
want to make that motion?
So I would move we authorize the chair to execute the letter requesting the high-definition channel for Westborough TV.
Second. Oh.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay.
And I'd just like to, again, thank Karen Henderson, Steve Hart, and Shelby Marshall, and our counsel, William Hewig of KP Law, for all the hard work over the past couple of years to put this together for us, and it's a good deal, so.
Thank you for that, and I echo it, so.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you to you and your family.
Thank you.
So we either sign those now or at the end of the meeting? What's the, end of the meeting's good?
Beautiful.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Okay, going back up to 7, are there other warrant articles to be discussed this evening? Chris, go to you first. Is there anything you want to highlight?
Yep. I just wanted to highlight just a couple sort of corrections in the version 6 that you just got. So really minor things, but in Article 1, added a comma to the number 3,072.89. Article 18 on page 6, obviously updating that number to the 4.25 million for the wastewater treatment plant per the presentation tonight.
So that would, I'm sorry, so that would be 4.250.
4250000. Yep.
Thank you.
In Article 19, it refers to the Board of Selectmen, so changing that to Select Board. And then Article 20 has old language in the article information about site plan being before the Board of Selectmen, which is actually before the Planning Board at this now. And then capitalization on Article 25 of the word article. And I think that's it.
I'm sorry, I'm still making note. What was 25?
Just capitalization of the word article.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
But I did want to specifically highlight, I did want to highlight the school department article. So they did have a discussion about, thoughts around free cash. I just wanted to point out, obviously that's under your authority, as far as the funding sources. So we did work, Amber and I did work together on this. And so there is, money for the settlement agreements, which we did talk about in the free cash article. We did talk about that when they were here, but there's additionally, there's funding for 2 student placements, students 10 and 11, which are unknown costs at this time, but could become operational expenses. So the recommendation was that they be free cash, but I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware that those 2 students are actually in that free cash article.
In the 300,000.
Right. So they haven't been outplaced at this time. And I think that was, in watching the meeting, that was sort of the thought around why they would be free cash. But they are potentially operational.
And in watching meeting, if students 10 and 11 were outplaced, that would become part of the operational budget for the next fiscal year for the school department. So
right, that's what I'm saying. They're operational expenses.
Right. So it's not creating a structural deficit. It would be it would move over to operating expense at the start of the next fiscal year.
But
well, I mean, it's an operating expense. So I just want to be clear about that. I mean, I'm not opposed to the way that it's presented, the way that we have it. I just wanted to be clear about that in our discussion.
So is the question, though, if 11 and 12 don't go out of district, would we not draw down the free cash?
Right.
It's contingent on that, so it's not, the money goes and it goes to something else if it's.
Right.
It's,
Right.
okay. Right.
Can I ask, I guess I don't understand why we're not, can we talk about this right now? Or,
Well, can I just go back to mine, because, I mean, the language is broader than,
Oh,
where are you?
so I'm looking at Article 7.
Oh, okay.
So see if the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $300,519. So show the amount, purpose of funding fiscal year 2023 school department specialized service expenses. That's kind of where my question, I mean, I know the intention is it's for the anticipated outplacements.
That's part of it.
and settlement
That's part of it,
agreements.
and settlement.
Yep.
But I guess
Couldn't
the
say
settlements
what-
we know, but if those outplacements don't happen, there's nothing here that limits.
Right.
That money still gets funded out of free cash, it's just used for something else within
Right.
specialized service.
In the current year budget.
Is there a reason why, to your question, Ian, that article can't say, settlement and unanticipated outplacement? To be very specific?
No, I mean, there's no reason that it can't say that.
I didn't look at the description.
Yeah, I mean, I don't wanna, I
I mean, it
don't
does,
wanna
it does talk
wordsmith
about
it,
it.
but yeah.
We can,
In the information, it says that.
Yeah.
we could talk about them changing the motion on town floor. I guess the the important thing is that
Moving forward
the
on it.
amount is accurate, right? And we can always change the motion later. The amount is more difficult to change.
I'm fine, it's more asking the question just to be clear on it, so.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of changing the motion, I don't know that I wanna wordsmith the article, but I like the
Okay.
motion.
Yeah.
Well, I
like
don't
the
know.
motion versus,
Is there anything we can do about, is their article? I mean, we can't really change it. We're either voting on it,
Yep.
approving it tonight, or we're not.
Right.
You're right, you're
Yep.
right. Yep. So maybe that would be something that
Yep.
the town meeting.
Will we draft the motion so I can work with Amber?
I mean, I don't know that, I mean, that was my
I mean, it's
thought.
limited to current year, so it's not something that can, I mean, articles you can draw off of, free cash articles you can draw off of year over year, but this is limited to fiscal '23.
No, but my,
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that it's not as broad as a typical article, because it won't just sit there and be accessible year over year.
right, but I guess my piece is, I've struggled with this one about approving something for something that may happen. Typically, we don't do that. And in doing it, and if it doesn't happen, there's nothing that, in that article that restricts them from taking it for other
Right,
expenses associated with that broad category.
in the current
Right,
year.
In
right.
the current
I
year.
agree. Right.
Yes.
And it does deplete
That
free
could be
cash.
operational in nature.
Could be operational.
Yep.
Or otherwise.
Yep. Can I ask?
Yep, go ahead.
So is there a reason, and maybe it's because it's the may happen, that we're including those additional 2 student potential in the free cash versus including it in Article 6?
So that's why I'm raising it. There was discussion. Typically, there wouldn't be as much discussion, I don't think, by other boards or committees about funding sources. But I think because we had raised the discussion about one-time expenses, it was discussed at the school committee meeting. So because there was because I think they haven't figured out the amount or the need for those 2 students, they included them. There was a recommendation to include them in the free
But
cash.
if they were included in Article 6, we'd be raising and appropriating the money. It would impact the tax levy.
And it may not happen.
If the need is less, doesn't materialize or is less than anticipated, then we've raised the tax levy and that money flows to free cash because it goes unspent.
Understood. Yep.
As opposed to, you
Yep.
know, and I think their confidence level is pretty high that this expense will be incurred. And there was discussion in the school committee meeting that, they will, there's a good chance they'll know definitively by the date of town meeting as well. I mean, time is ticking on all of this. And so I think, some of the thought process was if it's free cash and it doesn't materialize, then the free cash doesn't get spent. There's no impact, unnecessary impact on the taxpayer.
So if that information were available, and let's just say those students didn't materialize in that need, then Article 7 would be reduced. We would anticipate that Article 7 would be reduced by whatever that 2 students times whatever.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
That would be my anticipation.
That would be my expectation.
If we know that they're not getting outplaced.
Right, right. Conversely, if there is confirmation that those students are coming on board and need to be placed out, sorry, would that, we can't change 6 then because the amounts couldn't change, right?
We'd be asking higher.
Right. Okay, so at least for this year, we'd be making that exception, given this, that a future operational expense that actually became an operational expense is being used for free cash.
However,
Right.
potentially, you could say in Article 7, you could divide it into 2 amounts that equal that total and make one raise and appropriate and the other free cash.
No, but
Yes.
yes, you could.
I'm not saying that's what we ought to do,
Not
and
the
we're
way
probably
it's
getting
written.
into the weeds
Not the way
here.
it's written.
Not the way it's written now.
It's a free cash article. You would have to do
A third
something,
article.
something
Okay.
different, where you identify
Okay.
different funding sources.
All right.
What, do we know what percent, so of the 300,000, is it 50/50? I don't have my notes from last meeting right in front of me.
I think it's about 50/50. I want to say the settlement agreements together were about 130.
I can go back and look.
60/40.
Okay.
Okay, are there other warrant articles folks want to?
I think it was, it was 130.
Yeah.
From my notes last month.
Did we want to touch on 8?
Yeah, I had a question on 8.
Sure. What's your question?
What's the number?
We don't have the number.
Yeah, so I guess how do we vote on it then today?
You don't have to vote your support at this point.
No, but it's got to get on the warrant, right?
We don't have
No,
to vote
it
it on
just
the
says sum
warrant.
of money, that'd be, the motion would have the money amount is.
Oh, okay. Okay, it doesn't need to be, we don't have to know it for
Can just
right
be
now.
a sum of
Just
money.
be something's, okay.
And the motion will put what the sum of money is.
So we won't know until.
Gotcha. It is specific.
Till the motion.
It is the sum.
Settle the contract.
Exactly.
Which, was that gonna happen before?
Then it gets passed over.
Right.
Yeah, if it doesn't, it gets passed over.
Okay. That answers my question.
Should say a sum of money, so.
Let's see.
The sum of money.
Okay, so, and then just going to Article 16, I just wanted to talk about the Zero Ruggles article. So a couple things. One is the purchase price is the $325,000. The previous article had included $1,000 for the for taxes if the closing went after January 1st. So removed that $1,000 because we know that we won't go into January. We also had a cost of $9,000 to prepare the survey plan. And so that's why this number is the $334,000 as opposed to the $325,000, so that we can cover the cost of the plan. Additionally, we received documents from the state today related to the land grant. So as I mentioned in the beginning of the meeting, we were awarded the land grant. The documents that we received that required the town to agree to transfer all of the property to the Conservation Commission. Obviously, at this discussion that we had previously, that was not our intention. Our intention was to reserve a small portion down by Breen Road for parking, and then also reserve a portion up by the water tower for DPW future needs. In discussions with Sherry, as well as the woman from the state agency, we felt confident that we could actually transfer that parcel A, the one that would have parking, to the Conservation Commission and still be able to achieve what we had discussed, which would be parking, trailhead, signage, all of those things. It would still be allowed under Article 97. The complicating piece of it would be related to the portion that we wanted to reserve for the DPW. So that's about 2 acres, and you wouldn't be allowed to really create any structures on that piece of land if it was to be transferred to the Conservation Commission. You also wouldn't be able to build a road. So currently there's an easement that would potentially at some point in the future, there's no immediate plan, but allow the building of a road, which you wouldn't be able to do under Article 97. So we went back and forth and had discussions with the state. If we decide to reserve those 2 acres for DPW, we would have to forfeit the land grant completely. We wouldn't be able to reduce our award. The way that the article is written, it gives us flexibility to have that discussion at a future meeting. So you don't have to make those decisions tonight. And so we could have the discussion at the October 11th meeting about how we wanted to move forward. It gives you the option of reserving it for general municipal purposes and or open space. It also contemplates putting it all under the care and custody of the Conservation Commission or not. So they need a certified vote for us to get the reimbursement, but that would be more specific to the motion. So.
Motion at town meeting.
Right.
Yep.
Yep.
So Christy and I talked about this just early, a couple hours early before the meeting tonight, I think.
We just found out, yeah.
What's that?
I said, yeah, we just found out.
Yeah. So it's a lot there. I think we wait, think about it. You can ask questions of Christy. I think there's still some work, doing some questions to be answered by the state on this one too. So more to come. I don't think we do this. I will give you my initial take is I think getting the grant is more valuable than reserving the property for future use. Well, that's, to me, it's a very nice to have. But if we didn't purchase the property, we wouldn't have use of that anyways, because it would be sold and someone else would have it.
You know what I love about this board is we see things differently. And I would say the value of 2 acres for future municipal development and, for water access and, improvements, I'd be willing to forego the land grant. I mean, just based on this preliminary conversation, forego that for the value of those 2 acres and what it could mean in the future for the town. I mean, I think it's worth more conversation. I'd love to hear from Chris, Sherry, because once it's in Chapter 90, it's gone.
Yep.
I mean, it's ours, but it can't be developed.
Yeah. So I think that's the plan. I don't think we have any current plans, but it is about potential future use. I think, we had talked before about potentially an easement from the property owner. Mm-hmm. We can still have an easement here. It can't be a permanent one, but it can definitely be temporary easements, as I understand it, to do work on the tower if we needed.
Right, we could do work around the yeah, we wouldn't need an easement, but
right.
Yeah.
Because we own the land, so.
But,
I mean, I think,
go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah. So, did I hear you correctly that a portion of the property can be used for general municipal use? Is that?
No, it has to be fully transferred to the Conservation Commission.
Okay.
Which puts it all under Article 97.
And then you also mentioned that we couldn't build a road. So right now there's already an access road up there.
But that's not on the property.
That's not, you're talking about if we were wanting to come from another direction into it, we couldn't do that. Okay, good.
There was, we had discussions that property adjacent to the water tower was actually level enough that could be parking and also trail access. which might actually be easier to do given the wetlands issue at the end of Breen Street.
But they
So-
said that we could do that, right? We could put parking.
Yeah, you can park on it. I mean, you're not building a parking lot.
Well,
But-
So we could put parking up by the water tower, we could put
but
parking
would it
down
allow
by
us
Green
to do
Road.
enough to make sure it was handicap accessible? Which might require, a stone dust trail and
I mean, I think,
leveling of the
we'll have
property.
to, I mean, I think that,
I think there are enough questions.
well, I think that road is probably not something that we want. Right now, that access road, I think, is blocked off, and I'm not sure that we want parking next to a water facility, so.
Right.
I think it's more to talk about, but
I think
I
it's
didn't
more
think
to
we
talk
were
about
I didn't think we were talking about parking up there. I
But
don't
timing
recall that.
was,
I don't remember.
No, I don't remember talking, I mean, I think it's worth a much broader conversation now
Yeah.
that this has opened up.
but, I mean, Shelby, you're kind of making me think here a little bit. What, I mean.
That's good.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's a position on the board that says, maybe the grant's not worth it, how do we go forward with an article which is reliant on that grant? What is the timing?
It's not relying on the
The article's
grant.
not relying on the
Well, our
grant.
purchase of it is, that's
No.
what we're.
No, it's not.
It was just reliant on waiting for whether or not we earned it.
Determination of the grant.
The PNS was reliant on hearing from the state.
Well, let me say it a different way.
Yep.
The community, as they read the additional information for this, are going to see that there is a grant that we've procured for $92,000, and their vote will be based
Well-
on the assumption.
No, we'd have to tell them that that's not the
No,
case.
so,
yes.
so that was what I was gonna ask you, is do you wanna remove that from the article information? And you can just speak to it at town meeting, depending on what you decide.
Yes.
Yes, I mean, I would be in favor of
Yeah.
removing that language, but being wholly transparent about
Whichever way we go.
whatever way we go.
Or spell that out.
is
The
the article-
town could use the $92,000, and the result of that would be X.
Well,
If not, it would be Y.
Right, but
we need to make our decision as a select board before town meeting, correct?
Yes.
Right, and we're voting on this tonight, right? So,
We're voting on placing on the
I
warrant.
would pull out the reference to the land grant, and if we decide to use it, we add it to the information we present at town meeting.
I'm fine with that.
And,
Yeah, Chrissy, I'm sorry.
Present
So
the
we're-
worst case scenario.
Yeah, I just want, I always like to give more information.
Oh, no,
So,
I agree.
So we're finalizing the articles. That includes the article information has to be final
Yes,
this evening? Okay.
yes.
For some reason, periodically, those lights turn off. It's not a statement on the people sitting in that section of the audience in any way, shape, or form.
Pillows will soon be provided to the audience.
Go back.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Other warrant articles before we move to voting the
Well-
placement.
I think Alan's afraid I'm gonna talk about another one.
No, no.
Do we need to talk about the order?
That comes next.
Oh.
This is just if there are any questions on the articles before the next agenda item is to vote to place the articles on the warrant and to close the warrant. So placement would be if we want to talk about moving things around. So right now, it's really just, are there questions on any of the articles? That you need clarification really related to wanting to hear some more information.
Hold on one second, please.
My hope is the next warrant, as you're looking through it, the hope is that when we go to the next agenda item,
Yep.
we're voting to see if there's anything that wants to be moved, and then we're closing the warrant versus talking more about articles. Kim gets it.
I apologize. Is 28 new? I don't remember seeing that. Handicap parking funds? Maybe I missed it previously?
Yeah, that might be new. So this was requested by the Commission on Disability to accept a section of law so that money collected for handicap parking fines can go into a separate account and be used by the Commission to benefit persons with disabilities. So the town collected about $500 last year. So instead of that going into the general fund, it would go into this separate account.
So conceptually, that makes sense to me, but without an understanding, that commission was just recently established, and so without sort of understanding their vision and scope and work, once it's established, and then, you know, it's one thing for the $500 to go there, but it's a whole other thing for, you know, the future to be kind of channeling there.
Yeah, so I had asked them to provide a list of things that they might do, but I know that they had trouble getting a quorum, so they weren't able to meet. They would address, you know, different issues that they have that they consider around town, but I don't have a specific use of that money.
Okay.
Would we have it by town meeting?
Yes. Yeah, I think they just weren't able to meet, so they couldn't come up with examples.
Right, so they weren't able to meet, but they were able to create a warrant article. So I think understanding that presentation would be, for me, would be really helpful in order to be supportive of this at this time.
Well, I guess the question right now is we don't have to vote support.
Yeah, no,
for
I
it.
understand.
The
We're just
question
putting
is,
it on.
but I guess we do have the ability to remove that article.
Right.
We have the ability to remove anything here as a select board, as I understand it. There's no citizen's petition which we can't remove.
Right.
I mean, I guess I would say that I would recommend that the commission be up and running and then bring this before us and, you know, do the same presentation and be a little more thorough in kind of its proposal and purpose. So I would not be supportive of keeping this on this warrant. I am supportive of the concept, but it just is not enough information to support it. And I would worry about it failing at town meeting if there wasn't, you know, kind of enough meat.
Are we in a discussion about order and placement then at this point?
Unless there are other warrant articles.
I don't think we're there.
Okay. Well, I'll move us forward. Before we hit this, I know I talked to John Arnold beforehand. He just wanted to provide an update on some of the comments that we received about placing articles, but just more of a clarification. So,
and if I could just ask a quick question here. You had just mentioned that we as the board have the ability to also remove articles. And my comment is, I mean, I think a lot of these articles, all of them are very important, but I do question as we look at special town meeting, are these all special? Do they all meet that requirement of, because there's 30 plus articles on here, that special town meeting is now becoming like annual town meeting. And it's likely, as we're gonna hear from John here, that we'll go into a second night as a result of that. And I'm just curious, I mean, there's certain things that are here that are absolutely important to have a town vote on, such as the library, the school funding, and some of the other funding things that need to occur. But I do question if every single thing here is absolutely critical for special town meeting, or whether or not this warrant can be reduced, move those things to annual town meeting where we've got a full day from 9 a.m. as opposed to a Monday night at 7 p.m. to try to get through all of these.
Christy.
Yeah, I would just say that that there are only certain there are actions that can only be taken by the town meeting, and this is a reality and a product of our form of government. And so I think given sort of the size of our community and how busy we are, and also the goals that are set by several of our boards, including this board, there's just a lot of work to be done. So,
and I would just add that John can correct me where I go astray here, because I probably will, but we had a lot of talk about removing kind of special town meeting, having 2 annual meetings, but you can't do it. You have 1 annual meeting, whatever, so it's called a special town meeting. But I think, kind of echoing what Christy said, we're kind of in that spot based on government, but based on what's happening in this town, that we have scheduled 2 town meetings. And, you know, I hear what you're saying, but I you know, folks come forward and could things wait, I guess, but is that, I'm not sure that I'm in favor of moving things, and, you know, I'd be more in favor of talking in the future about bylaw changes of making our special town meeting operate like our annual town meeting and moving things to a Saturday and whatnot, so you have time. I don't think things are gonna get less in terms of town meeting. I think they're just gonna continue to get more, and we overload regular town meeting, we're gonna go to multiple days of that as well.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, again, it's that additional cost, and I didn't know if there was an opportunity, you know, looking at what the time it took for each article at our last annual town meeting was in excess of 24 minutes per article. So, you know, you put that onto 30-plus articles this time, and we're going to definitely be into another night. So I just wonder if there's an opportunity, and Shelby brought up an article that she doesn't feel comfortable with that perhaps is not appropriate for this.
I think it's absolutely, I mean, that's our next thing. So I just want to hear John give his spiel, and we can, as I said earlier, we can take any of these off. We can take all of them off, quite honestly.
Couple of brief points. First of all, it doesn't affect your ability to vote on the warrant tonight, but Christie, just while I'm up here, I would be interested in hearing town council's view of Article 30 about what the quantum of vote is. I don't recall us changing the scope of a previous borrow. My impression is probably that because you're changing what the borrow would be used on, it would still be a 2/3 vote. But I would like to know that before the meeting, so we don't hit what might be the last article, and have to quickly ask town council to do that. So it doesn't matter if it's in the printed warrant. Yeah. I just think we should have an answer to that. And then the other thing, quick history lesson. The reason we have what I call the regularly scheduled October special town meeting, as Ian said, there is exactly one annual town meeting for towns in Massachusetts. And the reason we moved to the bylaw to create what is now our regularly scheduled October special town meeting was because annual town meeting took too long. Because it was going like Saturday through Monday, through Tuesday, through Wednesday, through Thursday, and it was decided that to do it that way. So we can change it anytime we want, but so it's always a trade-off of when can you get people's time and attention, and maybe having a one day in the fall and have a Saturday where we have more time might be a good idea, but here we are. I just wanted to hopefully make your job for the rest of the night a little easier. You may have noticed in your packet that a while ago, Wendy and I, Wendy Mickle, town clerk, and me as town moderator, drafted a letter saying that we thought it would be prudent to only have electronic voting on one night to save a little money for the town. But I did want to mention that Wendy and I had that conversation when I believe the warrant was more like 18 articles, and it looked like many of them were not likely to take too much deliberation. Now that we're up to approximately 30 hours and a number of them may have deliberation, Wendy and I have decided that we're confident that there's the money in the town clerk's budget for a second night, and rather than have you hand-wring over, does somebody get treated better by having placement in the warrant, Wendy and I are going to try to confirm that we could have electronic voting for up to 2 nights. So hopefully that will make your placement easier, and also will make the counting go faster. Also, while I'm up here, I'll say, communicated with the Board of Health today. As of right now, there's no special COVID considerations. We're going to run the meeting as we did in March. So although COVID has its ups and downs, the plan will be to do what we did, which is to allow people to sit somewhat packed in the auditorium, and hopefully most people will be comfortable there. We'll have a section that's reserved for people who only want to be by mask-wearing people, and we'll ask people who want to wear masks to sit in that section and where they'll have to wear masks, but on the rest of it, it'll be up to everyone's discretion. And we'll have, and just because some of these may, we always hope we get more voters, we will plan to set up the gym as an overflow space, and Wendy and I are working on a plan where if we have electronic voting in the auditorium, but we don't want to spend the extra money for electronic voting in the gym, we will have a way to do a relatively quick secret ballot, so everyone will have their vote fairly counted either in the open or by a kind of secret ballot. And the idea is that there'd be fewer people in the overflow space of the gym. So if we have a mechanism that can quickly ascertain who gets to vote by secret ballot and who doesn't, it would be a very small number. It could be added quickly, and it wouldn't take as much time as a number of those votes late on Saturday night took. when we had to actually hand count them and verify our votes. So just wanted to let you know that we appreciate you taking the time to read our letter, but the situation's changed, and we think in the spirit of efficiency and effectiveness of town meeting, we're now comfortable with the size of this warrant of having electronic voting for up to two days, and we're going to work to confirm that we can actually get the vendor to do that as soon as possible. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, John.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's now move to discussion on placement of articles. So two things I'd say. Placement of articles means placing them on the warrant or removing them from the warrant. Second piece would be, we did have one request to move something from the library piece into the first half. But we can, again, it's our warrant here, we can move things around if we want to. Christie, anything you want to add there?
Just for historical purposes, Christy, could you lay out the framework? Typically, this is structured like transfers, budget.
Yeah. So
borrow.
Usually if we have a prior year bill, that's always first. And then typically anything that's going to impact the budget, so a raise and appropriate article would come after that. And then other financial articles related that are capital items typically follow. And then obviously we have the land acquisition, and then other non-monetary articles.
Okay, thanks.
And then citizens petitions at the end.
Right.
So which discussion do you want first, Mr. Chair?
Let's hit a discussion on if there's any articles folks would like to remove from the warrant. We'll vote on that and post that. Then we'll go to see if there's any movement of articles on the warrant. So Shelby, you had one?
Yep, 28.
Other comments or questions on that one?
I just wanted to add, take responsibility. So one of the reasons this came on in a later version was because when we read the general laws initially, it was unclear as to whether or not it needed to be accepted by town meeting. So it did take some time. So I just want to say that that's why it's coming to you a little bit later, but I know that's not specifically what you're talking about in terms of the missing information.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the
the handicap parking fees?
Yeah,
it was unclear as to whether or not it needed to be on the warrant, which is why it didn't come in an earlier version.
I gotcha.
That's all.
Yeah, and again, just my position is generally supportive of the concept that's being put forward here, but being that we didn't hear from the commission, and I'm not even sure of how much they've met and what they envision, how would these funds be used, and again, I know it's only $500 right now, but we are setting forward a position. So I would like to hear from them, and I think that the public has, as a board, we should hear from them before town meeting, and that's my only opposition. Similar to, but different, we can't take citizens petitions off, but we've done this many times before, in encouraging people to sort of take things back before they find their way to the warrant, if it's not fully kind of ready.
Yeah, I think my take here is they've asked to put it on. I mean, so, well, I said kind of that we can remove everything, anything. I'm not sure that I recall us removing items before. We may have requested it, but as a board removing them. We have the right to do that. To me, I agree. I think we want to hear more on this. I'd ask that, I guess I'm in favor of leaving it on here, not voting on it tonight, asking that they come before us at our next meeting to give us more information on the article. And, if not available, then we can make a vote whether we want to support it or not. But to me, I guess I'm still in favor of leaving it on there, but that's just, again, my point.
That's fine.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Do we have any sense whatsoever if there's anything urgent that they're looking for the money to be utilized for? No sense of urgency here?
I don't have a no, not that I'm aware of.
Were they advised that they could have come tonight?
No.
Okay.
Nope. But just to sort of, we typically in recent years try to get everyone in front of you before you close the warrant, but that was not always the case in the past. That additional meeting has traditionally been used for sort of understanding whether or not you support an article, because I think, as to Ian's point, not that you can't not place an article, but I don't think you have. So
yeah. So I'm fine, Ian, with what you've proposed, and it would be great if they could come before
And my
us.
take here right now is not, I absolutely agree that I want to hear more information, and without hearing further information, I probably won't vote in favor of supporting it, but it's been asked, and I don't know the whole story about the meeting, whatever the request, but.
I withdraw my recommendation or request. Okay?
Okay.
And I would just say, as far as my comments earlier in regards to removing other articles, under the position of whether or not they meet the definition of special need for a special town meeting, I have a feeling there's no appetite for that on the board, and that we don't want to set precedents here. So I'm not gonna ask for anything to be removed.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's talk then. The second piece I said we'd talk about. So we did have a request on the library to move that forward into the first half. Somewhere in the first half.
So, as part of this, are we just going to talk about the order in general?
Yep.
Okay.
I was hitting that one first because we had a formal request for it.
I understand. But I guess I'm only asking the question because there are some others in here where if we're going to move one, I don't want to say Pandora's box here, but there are some others, specifically like Article 5, which is on building maintenance and it's free cash. It's sort of, I'm not sure why it's there. So,
right.
And there might be some others, so that's why I was just asking the question.
And Article 30 would typically have been
right
earlier in the warrant because it's a borrow.
Right.
Well,
but
it's an expansion of the scope.
It's expansion of the scope.
And it also, we just finalized it,
No,
so
no,
it got
no, I
added.
get it, right.
I mean, the reason that
the
reason that these expenses are here, I mean, the school department expenses follow the school department budget adjustment, and the building maintenance follows, because originally those were just going to be budget increases, so it's just, I mean, you can move them, but that's why they're there.
Yeah. Well, and so then my thinking was, sorry, was, you know, if we're going to talk about DPW, let's talk about DPW, let's talk about the schools, let's talk, you know what I mean? Let's do them that, if that might be more of a flow. But anyway, back to you, Mr. Chair.
I'll just say I tend to agree with what you're saying. Similar topics, under the larger similar topics of you know, impact to budget, financial capital. You know, all of the schools, anything that's goes together if it's a financial capital request, that type of thing.
Right, but some of them are budget, right? I mean,
The Article 30 is not it's not asking for any more money.
Right.
It's just expanding the scope of using that money. If it's voted no, it's still, we don't save any money, it's just gonna sit there.
I understand.
So technically it's where it belongs, which is the end where it doesn't impact dollars.
Right.
It's fiscal zoning.
Fiscal zoning. I like that.
I'm not sure that.
Okay, so, given the length of the warrant and the anticipation of 2 nights, I've got a couple of thoughts about the request to move Article 19 to the first half. So, moving it to the first half of the warrant could actually put it later in the night on Monday than it would be potentially on Tuesday. We also have fairly well-established precedent for not relocating articles and not altering the order where the motivation is advocacy for the article. I support the article, and I support wanting as many people as possible to vote, but for annual town meeting, there was a request to move an article for the same reason, because it was expected to be late at the night and it would be hard for families to be there for the meeting, and that did happen, and it may or may not have impacted the outcome of votes on that article. But in that discussion, we also talked about in the past that articles that were advocated for by supporters of the school were not moved to other times so that more people could attend, and the order of the warrant was created. And I think if we start, I think if we start moving articles based on our anticipation or who we want to be present to vote on it, that we're setting a precedent that's going to open a floodgate of requests for people changing article orders in the future, and we'll end up in many, many no-win situations.
So I totally agree with you. However, I want to be clear, and I don't want to speak for the library trustees and building committee, et cetera, but what I heard was that given the discussion that that came before this board, that came before AFC about a debt exclusion, and, that would bring it before a much broader audience of voters and offer a broader voice, that the presenting body for this article is trying, by moving it up, is not advocating on its own interests, but to try to get the, a broader public participation in the process, whether it's thumbs up or thumbs down. That is truly my sense of why they're trying to move it. So I just want to be clear.
No, and I'll clarify my view that I agree with that.
Okay.
But my point is, moving the article up doesn't guarantee that it's earlier in the evening on Monday than it would be if after Article 18, someone did a point of order and did a move to adjourn until Tuesday. So Article 19 was the first article or the second article on Tuesday. And I know that in the letter, the library board and building committee want broad participation. Their issue with the debt exclusion was one of disagreeing with the funding source. I'm just, there will be, time and time again, we've not moved articles for people to say we want to have more people here at town meeting. We want it at a time when more people are in attendance.
Can I ask a question? Sorry.
Go ahead.
So, other than perhaps receipt of the order of receipt of the article, is there a reason why 19 comes after some of the earlier articles, which also are impact budget? Or is it just because it came in later than the rest of that same category of item? Because I'm not in favor of moving either. I agree with both Shelby and Alan in regards to the intent of the movement of the article. I have no sense that there's an attempt to manipulate the vote by getting it earlier in the night. I have no sense of that whatsoever. I think it's just a question. I firmly believe that there is a desire to get as many voters there as possible, and I think it's going to be an interesting vote. But I guess my question to you, Christy, is there any reason why 19 is 19 versus 11? Or 8?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
So so as I mentioned, we start with the prior year bill, then this appropriation of Commonwealth, that's a regularly recurring for our October meeting. And then we move into articles that have a budgetary impact, but we left building maintenance following the public works budget because we pulled it out. So for ease of sort of following the bouncing ball when we were changing the versions.
It used to be a budget adjustment.
Exactly.
We made it a one-time.
Right. And then with the school department, we did the same thing, but also because the conversation is the same. The presentation that the board the school department would be making is the same. So then more budget adjustments, and then we go into these sort of free cash articles. And then we move into the borrowing. So that's really.
At 15, right? Article 15?
15 is a borrow.
Yep.
And then we rescind borrow, and we do the borrows, and then we do the non-monetary articles. So, I mean, that's sort of the method. If I had that Article 30 earlier, it probably would have been earlier on the warrant.
Yeah. The logic is sound. I guess the only way I think I would support any movement or articles is wholesale, meaning the whole group, change the order. But I think your logic is sound, so I don't see any real reason to do that.
I mean, my only thing, if you were to move it, and again, I don't know that it does anything great, is you could move it after Article 14 as the first borrow article versus the last.
But if you move it before Article 14, is that is that 8:30 or is it 10:30?
Right.
And the attendance at 10:30 is going to be lower than 8:30, whereas where it is now. Again, it could be late Monday. It could also be the first thing on or the second thing on Tuesday.
But just play devil's advocate. I mean, there's no guarantees. What happens if it's 8:30 on Monday and we get to Article 19?
Can't town meeting vote to move, right?
Vote to
Yeah.
what?
2/3 vote.
2/3 vote can vote to move any article. Right. Just note to all of ourselves.
Yeah. I think it's tough. I think we have this discussion maybe every other town meeting.
I don't know if they've ever moved anything.
And it's tricky. I look at what's coming before. I understand the library's position. I look at the articles, a lot of the earlier articles, and I'm hopeful that there will not be a lot of discussion about many of them. So am I not?
I know you're
should
saying.
I not say that out loud?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, but I actually think. Let me interpret what I think you said, or meant to say, or what I was thinking. I'll tell you what I was thinking. I think that, and it's why I said the point. I think that the articles before that are going to go pretty quickly. I'm not sure that there's a ton of debate on those.
That was a better way of saying what I said. Thank you.
Now, there's no guarantee of that, but so.
Like Article 17, you would think would be quick, you know.
Article 17 should be very quick. Article 16 could be, although typically our acquisitions have been supported.
Just tell all the presenters they get one slide.
I think the other budget, I mean, the things are small.
So
I'm going to make a motion not to move any articles. I move not to move any articles on the special town meeting warrant.
I would say I don't think we need a motion.
Okay.
Because I think we need a motion to move something.
Okay.
But if not, I looked at others, but I don't know that we need a motion. I think we just say we're not moving anything.
It would be a motion to approve the article as the warrant as printed.
Yes, that would be the motion.
Before you do that,
Okay.
just going to Article.
Rookie mistake.
Yeah, can we move? Just going to Article 7, the school department expenses.
Yeah.
We were just sort of having a side conversation. So it says for the purpose of funding FY23 school department specialized services expenses, we just want to add inclusive of settlements, so there's no settlement agreements. Sorry, so that there's no ambiguity there.
Okay.
As amended.
Thank you.
So, completely agree on all the comments that have been made. However, the library project has, and the conversation around it, this is my kind of opinion, is reached a bit of a deafening level, and it's a big number. And it's unlike schools, where, like, we have to educate kids. It's like, you have to do that. I'm not saying any school project is a guarantee. That's not what I'm saying. But library services are not a required service. Like, we're not required to have a library, right? We're required to have police and fire. Aren't we?
Nope.
No, we're not. Okay. Well, so much for my argument. What I was saying is, it's such a big ticket item, and given the public interest, I would be in favor of entertaining moving it earlier in that section. That's all. But moving it may not be advantageous to voter turnout, or one way or another. To your point, Alan, about how it would fall in the pace of the evening or evenings.
I guess my view would be not to move it here, where we could end up moving it later on Monday than it would be on Tuesday potentially. But trust that at any point in time, someone at town meeting can do a point of order and, based on the flow of the evening, suggest that it be moved. And town meeting could decide.
John, Mr. Moderator, you mind coming forward? Because I just have a question. And I know I've asked you this many times, but no, can you just help me personally and the public, though, just process, and if it happens once, can it happen multiple? I guess the question of, if someone requests it and it's voted and it passes, of course it moves. If it doesn't pass,
I don't think there's anything that says the motion couldn't be made another time, but I think I would deem it frivolous if somebody moved it again right after it lost.
Yeah.
But if you moved it, went to another article, somebody moved it again, I don't think there's anything prohibiting that.
Okay.
And I mean, not that I want to make your discussion harder, but when I saw that the letter came out, I did do a little review, and although it was somewhat significantly different, when the high school lights came up, that was like Article 2 and 3. Because I believe there was a couple of articles at the beginning just to let the crowd, but I mean, that was like 1,500 people showed up. But I believe, as I recall from that night, there were 1 or 2 articles just to make sure the crowd was in and settled. And then the 2 articles dealing with the lights were like Articles 2 and 3 or 3 and 4. And then, as we all know, a bazillion people left. But I mean, so although it doesn't happen all the time, there certainly is at least that one case. And I don't remember. I don't remember what went into putting it there, because I didn't come to the meeting where it was decided. But I did recall that was the case. That one vote for that particular topic was put toward the front of the meeting. So, not to make your decision harder, but it might not be common, but it has been done.
Sorry, John.
Come back.
Left too quick.
Outside
I know.
For about 15 minutes.
Sorry.
It's all right.
But to the point, at any time during the meeting, beginning of the meeting, whatever, someone
It has to be between articles.
Between articles.
Yes. Yes. It's an out of order. The motion to move the placement of an article can only be done in between the time that a vote has been recorded and the motion for the next meeting happens. Yeah, you can't, essentially, it's a non-interruptible.
Yep.
You can't interrupt.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry, I meant to ask you that first.
Hey, I mean, I think that is a good point. I think our town moderator makes a lot of good points. That was a special circumstance due to the expected size of the crowd. I don't know what the crowd is going to be for these articles, but do you want that volume of people showing up at 7 o'clock and then
I welcome them
waiting,
at any time.
waiting till 9:30?
I mean, I think there are other articles on here that could be of great interest. The town seal.
That's behind it.
And that's behind it, right? You know what I mean? So I'm not sure there are, my own logic would follow in terms of, I mean, to me, the town seal work is very important, and I'm glad we're hearing about it, but a borrow of $37 million it's a big deal. And so, you know, I guess even logically, would it make sense in the borrowing section to go in order of decreasing amount?
Well, that was my thing, is if you moved it, you could move it, I thought, to Article 15.
Right. You move that to 15 and then decrease, well, and it would have to go along with 20, or no, I guess 20 could, the current 20 could stand on its own. Right? The dimensional regulations, because it's not a borrow. So it would just be somewhere else in the warrant.
So,
yep.
Going from where it is to 15, would we be moving it from late Monday night to earlier Monday night? Or would we be moving it from first thing Tuesday to last thing Monday?
Yeah, that's why I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Right
mean,
in the middle.
I don't know. And so I guess I want to be able to, I want there to be some, I want us to all be comfortable with the logic of the placement of it. And to me, you know, sitting behind, for example, Zero Ruggles, although I'm very proud of that article that we're bringing forward, and I think it's important, is not nearly as significant and impactful to taxpayers as the library is, and the interest in the community. So, so I would recommend that we would move 19. We would go in order, under the borrow section, Article 19, and then Article 18, and then 16, and then 15.
Now you got me, what'd you say?
So what comes after 14?
19 would be first, so 19 would be 15, and then the wastewater treatment would be 16, and 16 would be 17, and 15 would be 18, and 17 would be 19. And that order is just based on the amount of the borrow.
And that makes total sense. I guess my concern is, again, we're debating this in real time.
Yep.
And that's really not a good practice, is to kind of be debating on how we do these things in real time. I think the board should certainly take up a policy conversation on positions of articles on warrants and the removal of articles on warrants and what warrants doing that work at a future board meeting. But it sounds like we've had a pretty well-established system. There's a logical approach that the town manager has used to put the warrant articles on here. And again, I question with 30 articles what the likelihood of getting what is now Article 19 moved to 15 being of any advantageous for anybody, whether it's going to be last on Monday or first on Tuesday. Historically, my experience on second day meetings is far fewer people show up on that second day, regardless of what's on that agenda. So I would suggest that we defer, if people feel strongly, to a future board discussion on a policy around how we handle the warrant. You know, Alan was just mentioning to me that Lexington pulls the numbers out of the hat. That's your order.
Yeah.
That's Jim Malloy.
Fair point. Fair point.
I mean, I think there is sort of there is some sort of policy currently. It's not super specific, but there is a policy. I guess the one thing is since we also have the discretion to remove articles, moving articles is entirely within our discretion. We've applied it. I think, the board has applied it sporadically in the past. So I'm willing to apply it here, I think, in a fashion that can be defended, right? We're not just saying, move this one to number 3. We are just sort of, smoothing out the middle of the warrant a little bit. So I think I'm okay with Shelby's suggestion. But I also get Patrick's point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
We're setting
Patrick, you make a great
precedents.
point.
Well, I don't think an exception is a precedent. I think it's just an exception.
You know, this is only my third town meeting on being on the board. One, two, three, no, fourth, excuse me, fourth. And whenever this conversation comes up, we struggle with this, and we seem to always land on we shouldn't move anything. And there's been, I don't remember them off the top of my head, but there's been some other really important articles in those other 3 town meetings that we've looked at, and very valid reasons why we should move it. But I'm pretty sure every one of those votes was unanimous that we shouldn't move it. And I guess I don't see a valid enough reason to move it. The letter that was sent by the town moderator and the town clerk to us is pretty much not as relevant in the fact that we're now moving forward with the second night potentially. That's my point.
I think my take here is in agreement there. We've talked a lot about it, but I think I'd rather not move things around here because it kind of follows a policy, but the meeting, to what we just talked about, the meeting has a decision. They can move it if they want. And if there's that number of people that came for these things and they want to move it to number 2, which we wouldn't put there, but they can do that, I'd rather leave it to the voters of the meeting to move it where they want it versus us doing what we're doing here. And I'm not, to Alan's point, moving from 19 to 15 could put us at 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night, or I'll say 9:30 or 9 o'clock, and we start at 7. I don't know that we're going to want to say, oh, let's just stop and go to tomorrow night with it. Would probably still keep going at 9 o'clock.
I would say to folks who are interested in requesting their articles be moved at town meeting, historically when that happens, it gets defeated and generates animosity from other members at the meeting.
Right.
So you need to be really careful about requesting changes to articles at town meeting, which is, I think, was probably one of the main reasons why I would consider it here.
Yeah, no, I echo your comments, Sean. And I do think that since we don't have a policy, we should take that up as a future action of the board to have something that's documented so future board members really understand kind of what the logic and placement is, or whatever we want to do. If we want to have a bingo ball or something like that and pull them out and have it be a production, it could be actually really interesting. Actually, I like that idea. Well, that's going to be my recommendation. So, anyway, I still support, kind of the logic of ordering based on amount of the borrow. But that's why we have 5 of us.
The folks who've made the request are still in the room.
I don't think we go there.
Okay.
What'd you say?
That's just.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, because,
Would it change any of your minds?
I didn't hear the question. What was the
Well,
the requesters are still in the room, is what he's saying.
given the conversation.
And is it a question to go from 19 to 15 and whether that matters?
Right.
Yeah, given the conversation, are they still interested in having us move it if it's only from 19 to 15? And given the discussion here.
In fairness, I think that since we wouldn't typically ask, I don't think we've asked solicitors before, for that feedback. I think we own this decision here. I mean,
okay.
Yeah. If we were all just sitting around, yes, I'd love that, but I think procedurally we own the decision here, whatever that is.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that, yes, there is an order to the warrant. However, it's more that the borrows are in this section of the warrant. So it's not really that the library always comes after the wastewater treatment plant, right? It's all the borrows are in the middle. So we're just saying, hey, move the library up. It's the most significant borrow to the beginning of that section. Seems like a reasonable request because it is randomly placed after the wastewater treatment plant and not placed there by any other
That is
rules.
the reason for that was my reason for my question earlier as to why was it placed where it was placed. And what you just described makes total sense. All of my point is, we shouldn't be debating that now. We should have a policy and follow it. And our best practices to this point has been, don't change the warrant order. If we want to create a policy later, let's do it.
And I agree, Patrick, but I guess I would say this is, I mean, again, from my time on the board, and other than maybe the lights, and I wasn't on the board at that time, this is, I feel like one of the, again, aside from schools, which I just feel like in the town, it takes on a different course because the nature of schools. I feel like this is, the logic that Sean just presented to me is fair and completely reasonable and within bounds, and it doesn't guarantee that that movement helps or hurts.
Shelby, I probably would agree with you if it did truly put it in a better position for a better, broader audience to attend, but we have no idea if by being end or beginning, if that's, we don't know where it's going to land. If you moved it to 15, it could be the beginning.
That's why I like it even more, because it follows a logic that doesn't anticipate any outcome.
And there's been many big votes over the last 10 years I've been going to town meeting. $12 million down at Hastings, Forbes Skill, $7 million. The vote on this, the renovation here, I don't believe any of them got moved. Fails, you know.
I will make a motion to move Articles 19 and 20 after Article 14.
Second.
And let me just say, the reason I'm moving 20 is because if you're moving one, they're related to each other, and I would hate to do 19 and then have 20 go the next day, and then someone not vote the dimensional requirements, which doesn't allow the library to be built.
That makes total sense as far as keeping them together.
Keeping them together. I made the motion because we weren't going anywhere.
I know.
But I actually support, I hear all parts, but it's not changing order. It's not changing the thought process how we do it. It's just moving that borrow to the first borrow article in the section.
I understand that logic,
Am I
and
wrong?
to a certain extent, I'm comfortable with it. And, you know, so many conversations in the last week of in my life have been, be careful what you wish for, and the law of unintended consequences, right? So I can support that. I'm not sure it's going to make a difference as far as the attendance and the number of people that, you know, who'll be there for it. I think it might actually, you know, have the unintended consequences coming at a time when there are fewer people at town meeting. But if it's the consensus of the board that, you know, it's in the context of the section of, you know, the article that meets the request to have it, you know, barely in the first half.
I don't know, I feel like, well, I don't know, but I feel like a lot of the articles before this, through 14, are, you know, some of them, they're standard, some of them, you know, the catch basin cleaner, it's really like almost a catch-up article because of the timing of that part. You know, we've heard about that one before, we, the town, have heard about that, so we don't know. But to me, to have the biggest borrow item there first in that section just sort of, you know, kind of sets the tone of, I don't know. I like the motion. I'm in support of it. That's my discussion.
Okay, other discussion?
I would just say that I'm not going to take a principal vote against the rest of the board, so I will support it because I want to support the board.
Is there a second?
Yes, Sean seconded it. Okay, all those in favor of moving articles, the motion, which was moving articles 19 and 20 to come after Article 14, so they would become Articles 15 and 16 and everything else would be moved down from there. That was moved.
Just a question, would it be, they would be moved then in descending order of the borrow, or you're only moving those two?
I'm only moving those two.
Motion was just those two.
That doesn't follow the logic I was hoping for.
No, but I think,
And I think it's
I
because
think
the
to
other
Patrick's,
one's, the other one's a ratepayer. I mean, you have so many other things in here.
I think to
Wastewater
Patrick's
treatment.
point, at a future date, in the not too distant future, we can say, hey, going forward, if these are how we organize articles in informal sections, then within each section, it's in descending dollar amount or some other viewpoint as a general guidance, that's fine, but.
Okay. You don't have to vote for it. I just threw it out there for things. So, all those in favor of the motion? Okay. Yeah.
I have so many lines through this thing, I don't even know what's.
Okay, is there anything else to move, or do we have a motion to close? Actually, we have to move to place Articles 1 through 30 on the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, now we need a motion to close the fall town meeting warrant, subject to review and edits from town council.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Done. Thank you for that. Does smell like a skunk.
Poor John. He didn't have to stay till the end.
Issues and correspondence.
No, we have vote to consider supportive articles on the warrant. Typically, we would do this because when is the finance committee going to print? Do we know?
I will be sending it to print. Sorry, I don't have my calendar up on here right now. It's gonna go to print on October the 7th. So that's before your next meeting
Right.
on October the 11th.
That's early, huh?
That's when we're ready to get these done.
Yeah, because I gotta take into consideration, Indigenous Columbus Day on the 10th. So to have it at the school by the 14th, I need to give them at least 4 to 5 business days in advance.
Okay. So we'll go through that for vote. So what I would propose we do is, I will, if folks are okay, I'll go through and question any articles you want to question or discuss further or potentially put on hold. Then I'll ask for a motion to support those. We'll have that vote, and then we'll go back to ones we want to discuss. Does that make sense? Okay, so Article 1, prior year bills. Article 2, appropriation of transportation infrastructure. Article 3, Finance Department budget adjustment. Article 4, DPW budget adjustment. Article 5, building maintenance. Article 6, school department budget adjustment. I want to talk about that one. And Article 7.
And 7?
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Article 8, police department budget adjustment.
Like
I think we hold on it just.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to do is say we hold on it till vote.
Yep. Okay. Article 9, Assabet budget adjustment. Article 10, cable TV budget adjustment. Article 11, server room cooling equipment replacement. 12 is ambulance replacement. 13, catch basin cleaner attachment. 14, water system improvements. I'm gonna go in the order we have here,
Yeah.
even though we've moved stuff around, just to make, so we don't confuse it. So Article 15 is printed on this, the lead services line inventory and replacement. Make sure I don't say lead services. Article 16, acquisition of 0 Ruggles Street off Ruggles Street.
I think we should talk about that one. Just given the language that we were
Yeah,
talking
with the land grant.
Yeah. Unless we already made the decision to strike that language.
We did decide to strike it.
Okay, then I have no question there.
Okay.
Sorry.
Article 17, rescind borrowing. Article 18, improvements to Westborough treatment plant.
That's painful.
Article 19, library construction and renovation. Article 20, dimensional zoning for the library. 21, report of the town seal committee. 22, establish new town seal. 23, process to establish new town seal. Article 24, Mass General Law, Chapter 138, I think that's different. I'm sorry. Article 25, Economic Development Revolving Account. 26, Home Rule Petition from the Senior Tax Relief Committee. 27, Utility Easement at 123 Fisher. Article 28, I think we already talked about holding off on that one until we heard from them, right? Article 29, Plastic Reduction Bylaw. And Article 30, amend the purpose of the borrowing reallocation article.
I felt like the superintendent, I have a question.
Okay. Okay. So, I'm just gonna, the ones we're not voting on here would be Article 6, 7, 8.
Do we need to do 8? I mean, do we, I thought it was just the timing.
We're not gonna vote on 8.
Oh, right, we're not gonna vote, that's right, yeah.
These are ones we're not voting on first. We'll get through everything besides those, is my plan. Then Article 28 was the next one, I believe.
Yep.
And Article 30. So do as a motion for our support of all the uncalled out articles.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor of that motion? Okay, so all those are, select board supports 5-0. Okay. We'll go through, some of these we'll skip over because we know we're skipping over, but I just, Articles 6 and 7, I understand these are coming through. I struggle with this, is that I know we have these unintended or unanticipated outplacements. I mean, this one and the one below it are, roughly $1 million. And I guess it's just, when I ask questions about, okay, we have up to 11 students that are moving out, what about, is there any reductions in staff by those 11 moving, and any cost savings? And responses I get is, no, we're understaffed, we're gonna move them around in the district, which I struggle with. I would have loved to see some costs. I don't know that there's, it just comes back to this thing of, I've said, we talked about taxes. Do we have a tax problem or spending problem? We have a spending problem. We approve things. I mean, this is a $60 million budget, and we're can't find a way to recover $628,000 to make things meet. So I figure it's gonna pass, but it's just, I throw it out there as a question for us. I mean, it's just.
So I had the same question during that presentation, and I wasn't wholly, I guess, my expectations with an answer were not really met. The information I didn't have then, I still don't have, nor did I ask for it, is I don't know what the allocation of the students are across grade levels. So, nor am I in that profession, but so, you know, if they were all, I'm making it up, you know, 7th graders, that would make sense, right? You're losing 11 kids, then, you know, that have some specific educational needs, then you might expect that there would be some reduction in staff. I don't know what that allocation is, so if it's one from each grade, I'm not sure that there's as much of a relationship there that one might presume. So, I'm wondering if we could maybe get some more information, if we want to hold on our vote of support, to ask the superintendent for some additional information there, specifically as it relates to staffing or the school committee.
I believe it was either in the school committee discussion or in the discussion with AFC that it was discussed that there's a pretty broad distribution age-wise. And in my understanding is more specifics as far as which grades isn't provided so that there's no incidental or accidental identification of the students. That there's no accidental identification of who the students are.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, certainly certainly understand that sensitivity. I'm just wondering if, to Ian's point, if we could, I mean, I think it's a fair question. We're moving 11 students who have complex needs out of our district, and so additional information as to how the staff that would normally be educating them,
right.
I think it's fair to understand how they will be reassigned.
Yeah, I guess
what the plans are, or something. I'm not maybe articulating.
No, I think you're hitting where I was going. Like I was, and I probably didn't articulate it well when they were here. And apologies for that. So it may be more information, but yeah, my thinking is if these are complex needs students, are these 1-to-1 or 2-to-1? Teachers, paras, whatever. And that person moves off, say it's 1-to-1.
And I'm incredibly sensitive to the fact that staffing levels have been down, and the district has done a tremendous job in hiring, just to, as a result of the pandemic and great resignation. So the explanation may be that they need to be reallocated to fill that, but it just needs some additional information.
But hold on, actually, I guess my understanding is these are new students to the district?
No, only two. Not necessarily.
Only two of them.
Some are, some are not.
Okay.
Majority were ones that were in the district. I think there were 2 new ones.
I thought there were
and sort of, in part of the nature of it, some of these could be students that up until now have not needed any support. In the discussion of outplacement, it's not just academic need, it can be
emotional,
Yep. Yeah, that's a good point.
Therapeutic need as well. And again, listening to the school committee meetings and other presentations on this, and even on the general annual update on student services, in part because of the exasperation of the pandemic, there's been an increase in the overall demand for special services within the district. And, outside of this. And so, there were prior conversations by the school committee about strain and, staffing levels and holding off additional hires because of the budgetary concerns. And we had that, in the budget presentation before annual town meeting, when the school committee discussed the budget. So they talked about increases in English language learners and special service and other special needs that were just endemic to the overall district, and how they were managing that without significant or material staff increases.
So, oh, sorry.
And so I'm not, I haven't seen any indication that, you know, necessarily moving these students outplacement would trigger savings elsewhere. And I guess I really respect the school administration, the school committee's view that, yes, because it's a big unanticipated number, it's going to, if this additional funding isn't allocated, it's going to require big and significant cuts elsewhere in the budget that is going to impact other students. And it is a more than, it is a significant concern. It's a legitimate significant concern that can trigger animosity among different groups and constituencies within the town, within the school community, that makes it harder for the school administration to do its job. And I just, I don't want to, I would hate for this board to set the stage for that. And, you know, and the reasons why, constitutionally, why schools and libraries have their own boards and their own budgetary responsibilities, right? There's a philosophical reason for that in the state constitution. And, you know, I look at this and I think, you know, it's unanticipated and it's part of a system that by design is bad. And we know that. The funding system for special education in the state is broken. And, you know, the money's there in the state, but we can't get it for 2 years.
Which is ridiculous.
Which is absurd. And
right.
You know, and since you could say, well, if we don't support this and it doesn't pass, they'll find the money elsewhere.
Yep.
Right? But yeah, that, you know, that comes at a different cost.
So would this board be opposed to just holding on the vote on 6 and 7? And my request is purely selfish at this moment. I have not had a chance to watch, I know our superintendent was before at AFC for about an hour on this. I have not had time to watch that presentation. And there may have been, you know, what started this discussion, that may have been asked and answered. I don't know, maybe you all have watched it, and maybe that level of information isn't there, but we didn't talk with the superintendent for that long. So I other than having our vote printed in the warrant, we can certainly, I don't think that there's any downside to holding off on till our next meeting to vote that, you know, to vote our position.
So I am concerned that it also sends a message if our vote isn't in the warrant, like that we felt we didn't have enough information, right? That sort of we're voting day of.
Okay.
I would also say I'm going to miss our next meeting. So I'll just throw that out there right now. So, yeah, sorry, but yes, this job is really getting in the way.
I mean, I think the town needs to. Oh, sorry, Chris.
I was just going to say that you do have another meeting on on Monday. If you were just reviewing documents or videos, then you could do that, and then you could we can add that to the agenda.
Right. Okay. I've said that.
I mean, I think these numbers, I'm not questioning the numbers. I think they're real in terms of the what the outplacement costs and the settlement costs are. That, I have full faith and trust in what is being presented. I think to Ian's point, maybe there's just an opportunity to get a little bit more information about the absence of staffing offset opportunity.
Question?
Yeah. And to watch the meeting, so anyway.
Christy, the 3rd, I think you told me the other day or earlier today that we had to post the warrant 2 weeks in advance. If we don't make that vote until the evening of the 3rd, would that give you time to still post the warrant?
The warrant's all set. We're just talking about the finance committee book.
This is just our vote that goes in the finance committee book.
Oh, I thought you were looking for the vote to be in the warrant, because it's printed in the warrant.
It's printed in the finance committee book, yeah. Which looks like the warrant, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
So I guess my question is, do you not trust that if the school department felt that there were staffing offsets, that they would have taken that action before coming to the town and asking for a raise and appropriate of $628,000 and $300,000 in free cash?
No, it's fine. I'm ready to vote on it. I mean, it's about $100 on the tax bill. Is that right? Or $80?
Yeah.
Additional $80. I mean, it will be a school department budget now that will go up overall 7% on the town. So more is, I think we put it out there. I'm fine. I agree with you. I mean, they've done the work. They've had their meetings. They're a separate elected board. I'm fine. So I will move that we approve Article 6 and Article 7. Or support, sorry.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Those are 5-0 as well. Article 8, we're going to hold off on just because we don't have a number on it. Article 28, we're going to hold off on because we want them to come before us. That's a request we have for our meeting.
But just even something, I mean, they don't even have to come before us, some sort of document, write-up, summary.
Whatever they'll be showing at town meeting. Like that.
That'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, Article 30. The HVAC. It is you, Shelby.
Well, I guess if nothing else, I was just surprised to see it here. And I know the money's already been appropriated. So we're really just changing the scope, expanding the scope. I don't know, for a project that, it's been looked at so many times in so many different ways, I feel like we still don't have a good sense of what's gonna happen with that $4 million and how much it's gonna cost. So it feels like loosey-goosey to me. I don't know how else to say it. Now, having served on the school building committee, I know that projects are run effectively and efficiently. They come in on budget or sometimes below. I guess I was just surprised at this, coming now. And again, maybe it, I don't know, maybe it shouldn't be a surprise because, we've long since talked about the ADA trip of, that threshold based on valuation of the project and all that. And I guess is there harm in, I didn't ask this question, but is there harm in waiting 6 more months for this to come before annual town meeting and have, I guess they couldn't even kind of do design work, right, for ADA because the scope doesn't include it, right?
Right, so our first question was to town council to see if they believe that the current scope would allow for some of that ADA work to be done. And they said that they would need this expansion of scope article.
All right, then.
So the alternative would be, in March would be the design. Next fall would be the execution with new money, additional borrow or additional free cash or additional raise and appropriate, but probably borrow. Meanwhile, the money that's been borrowed, we're paying interest on, and construction costs.
I know.
They may not go up as fast as inflation declines, but they're not going down, and that will lose effective buying power, and we wouldn't see work on the HVAC for 2 years, and meanwhile, that at that point, that's bumping into the roof, which they originally thought was going to have to be replaced before Armstrong. And so are we setting up, pushing back capital projects to the point where 2 years from now we'll be doing emergency appropriations because we've pushed back the HVAC and the roof?
Yeah, I guess the Hastings project to me has been, I just worry about the public trust, public perception of this whole project, and so I'll reiterate what I said when Amber was here, and I just hope that the presentation is a strong one and it's clear as to why we're here, how the money is going to be used, and that
you think it's going to be,
and how much it's going to be. Because without it, I would worry about the support for it, and even though we've already borrowed the money.
I agree. So the more detail in the presentation at town meeting, the more likelihood it is to be approved, and that's critical to the success.
I appreciate the board's indulgence in the
discussion. I hear the same thing with you, because it's kind of why I asked the question. And we came in March of 2022 because there wasn't enough money, so they asked for it for the HVAC. And now we're going back 6 months later and saying, we're not going to do the HVAC for that.
Right.
We're going to do ADA because we have to do that, and we have talked about it. Yeah. But then we're going to come back and ask for more money for HVAC because we're not going to be able to cover.
And this is, and part of me, it's like, here we go again, because this happened with the sprinkler system. There were projects planned, and it's like, oh wait, because the calculation is done after the fact, after projects are done, have you hit that threshold? So it's like, oh, we're gonna do A, then B, then C, and it's like, oh, you did A and B, but before you can do C, now you've hit the sprinkler system threshold. So put off C, do the sprinkler system, get back on track. Now we've hit an ADA threshold. And again, this is an unintended consequence of a decision to do these projects sequentially and piecemeal over time, and the unanticipated significant increase in cost in construction.
Well, Alan, I certainly can buy that, but I guess I'm as surprised as the rest of the board that this came before us like this. I get it. There are certain things that trigger. What other triggers do we not know about? Right? What if they get into a situation where all of a sudden there's an electrical trigger that all of a sudden requires electrical wiring to be done in the building because we're moving sprinkler systems and installing an HVAC system, and the electrical system's not up to par? I personally would expect the experts of our town, the school building department, to be aware of when there's requirements that might trigger these types of things and put it as part of the planning in the future as when they come for a budget request. I mean, I'm supportive of this because it needs to happen. That school is way overdue to be ADA compliant. Support it 100%. It needs an it needs an updated HVAC system. It's 100% support it. What I don't like is seeing these things. It's not a matter of being piecemeal. It's a matter of, in my opinion, doing more homework up front and being more knowledgeable to say, oh, wait a second, we're hitting a certain financial threshold. That means X. Instead of finding out a year later, after we've gone through 2 articles at 2 separate town meetings, that now we need to go, we're going to use that money for an expanded scope. And oh, by the way, the $4.8 million is likely not going to be enough. And they're going to come back to us later for more money to finish the HVAC.
Yeah.
But if it is related to piecemeal, because if projects in the piecemeal had gone forward under the anticipated costs, we wouldn't have hit the ADA threshold.
No, we would have. We absolutely would have had to hit it.
We would have hit it after the HVAC project.
I don't think so. I
Alan,
think we
we've
would
been
have hit
talking-
it in the middle of it.
We've been talking about this for
Sounds like we
a
couldn't have
long
done
time.
a certain threshold of
With
work would have
windows and
triggered
door,
it.
yeah.
Windows.
Right, when I'm
doors.
building a house, I know that I need to do certain things. I know what my budget is. I know that in order to be compliant with state law on building a structure, I have to do these certain things, and certain things that I want to do are going to trigger other requirements. And all I'm saying is, I think there should be a little more foresight than there has been on this.
Can we hold off on voting on this one? Just, I'll tell you why I want to hold off, because I just don't, I don't have any clue what the number is. And I think of what this ADA design and potential implementation is. Even a rough estimate, I mean, is it
Well, we did ask for that.
500,000?
Right, that wasn't available.
Is it $1 million? Is it 3 million?
But the longer we hold on understanding it, I think per Amber's point was, the longer we hold on understanding it, those months go by.
No, my question is, when I say hold, I said hold on
Yeah.
voting on this now, like,
Just get it in a couple days.
can we get information on, with a better idea of a rough order of magnitude? I think it sounds like we had one. Like, I just have no clue.
Right, because part of the,
Town meeting's gonna ask it, I mean, because what happens, what would you say if it said, hey, we voted 4.8 million for HVAC, we, just say we hadn't spent any money, I know we did spend some money already for some design work, but if it came back and said, hey, it's $4 million of that 4.8 is for ADA work, would we want to take those borrows for HVAC, or would we want to say, hey, we want a separate article borrow? I mean, that it gets into something that we've talked about before of
not mashing.
changing articles, and you know, you got to vote for HVAC, and now it's ADA, and then you're going to come back, you're guaranteed HVAC because hey, you already voted for it, you had to use it because of this stuff. I just, I don't know what that number is.
The other part of this that I think would be helpful, and somewhere in the back of my mind, that there's an element here with our building commissioner of what triggers what. And I think that there's some discretion there, like, I don't know, because it's not my but of when, so, okay, here are all the things that need to be done, right? And I mean, that wasn't a view that we heard tonight either. Like, yes, like, because ultimately that's not the schools aren't saying this is the order we should do. It's you know, it's our Fred that is, you know, ultimately is going to kind of approve that. Well, and I'm just saying, I think that would help to understand, kind of from a building perspective, yes, like the threshold has been, you know, kind of tripped, and these are the things that have to be done, because that's going to define the scope.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, can we?
I mean,
I'm
this is-
suggest we just wait, see if we can get more information before we vote our support of this, to get a little bit more information on what the dollar amount.
You're not suggesting, though, that there's a possibility of removing this off the warrant?
No, we already voted the warrant. It's
That's-
Again, this is just a vote of support. I'd personally just like to get a little more information on it.
Okay.
Before we vote.
So what information are we trying to get? I guess let's.
Rough estimate of costs
Okay.
for design and a range.
Okay. I think it would be helpful too to, you know, hear from Fred just that, you know, his, like, there have to have been conversations between the school and the building department that this is a requirement going forward.
Well, I ask this question, do we know what, I mean, Amber kind of talked that there's a whole list, some are required, some are, I don't call them optional, but some can be phased in over time. We have some idea of, okay, how many bathrooms, how many
I mean,
I just don't, I mean,
it's
literally,
significant
no.
work. I mean, moving
Right,
doors,
so-
bathrooms, I mean, the work that, you know,
Yeah, it's a lot of work, and that brings up another question. You're asking for clarification on what the ADA piece is, right? But let's just say that's 80% of the money that's already been procured. That project could take a year, 2 years, right, to complete that ADA piece, because they're having to go in and do the work that she talked about, in piecemeal perhaps because of the way it's set up. So that extension of time might affect the cost of also the HVAC, because that's being delayed until ADA completes. So is there not a need to also say what would be the future forecast if this doesn't happen on HVAC as well? Do we need to know if that ADA project takes 2 years, what is that going to do? We've already seen the school, the library go up because of a delay in funding. Should we also ask for that?
right, we don't know if the additional HVAC, like what inflation factor there was in.
Exactly, right. If we delay this by 2 years, by ADA taking 2 years, I don't know, maybe it's a year, I don't know.
Right.
What is the inflation cost to us?
And why didn't, I'm sorry, but why didn't we do this? I mean, again, it was kind of a surprise it came on last minute, why this went this way versus just a new borrow article. Was it just we didn't have enough time to get?
Well, no, I mean, first of all, this was the request of the school committee, but also, we've already borrowed some funds that need to be expended.
Okay, and we can't expend them,
Right.
which makes sense.
Yeah, so to Ellen's point about 20 minutes ago, no. So again, we've already borrowed the money and we're paying interest on it. So again, you know, we need to get this work done. I'm hearing from the board, we're all supportive of getting that work done. I just think we need a little bit more information to support that, you know, to defend my vote, if you will.
I mean, yeah, I agree, because I think it's required, town meeting's gonna ask.
Yeah. Yeah,
Can
I mean, how can we vote in support of an article if we don't even have a rough estimate
Right.
of the scope of change that's being made?
Right.
I mean,
If it came up and said,
I mean, if I did that at my own house, you know, I'd lose my checkbook, I think.
But the worst case scenario, what if they came back and said 4.8 is gonna cover design and a quarter of the ADA we have to do it, it's gonna be another 10 million to do it. Are we better off tearing down the school and building a new one?
No, right.
Because we get another 2 million for a roof.
I mean, I think she gives a pretty good sense that they're confident that with the funds remaining available that have been borrowed, that the design, the required work for ADA, as well as the final design for the HVAC could be complete.
Just show me it on paper. Show me, give me a rough breakdown.
So can we request that information and just put it on our next agenda?
I'm fine doing the third too.
And you want Fred to tell you what the ADA requirements are?
Not the requirements, just that he's like, that kind of the direction that this project is going is aligned with what his expectations are as a building commissioner, as our ADA, or as
Our ADA person.
Coordinator, yeah.
coordinator.
But
Thank
this
you.
makes sense
Yeah.
to him.
Yeah, that this, yeah. I mean, again,
Because what you just said, Alan, if that's the case, I feel better, although.
But it'd be good to hear it.
Be good to hear it, which we didn't hear, and
Right.
it's still a little perplexing is that 4.8 paid for all HVAC, and now we're gonna get ADA and a design of HVAC, which means that we probably have another 3 million more of HVAC. I mean, design's gonna be, again, design's a smaller piece, so I think just a little bit more information.
yep. Okay.
I mean, if you told me that design and all the ADA stuff was gonna be covered under what's already been borrowed, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. Let's do it.
I think we need better visibility, that's all.
Yeah.
Has the full 4.8 million been borrowed?
No.
How much, some of the 3 million's been borrowed, maybe all of the 3 million, I don't know.
Yeah.
Can we, that would be
And
good.
Yeah,
to
that
have
would
as
be
well.
helpful too.
But it would be helpful to know how much has been borrowed.
Right.
Well, if we borrow 3 million, we can't spend it until we do the ADA stuff.
Well, right, but typically, we wouldn't borrow it until we needed it, but that's according to a funding schedule that's provided to the finance director, so.
I'd be interested to know how
I mean,
much
some of this is actually overlay surplus also, so it's many funding sources.
But that
Well, but
money
there's,
is gonna be used for ADA to begin with, right? Whatever's been borrowed so far, the first thing is to go do ADA.
Right.
Oh, that's right. So the 1.8 million
Yeah.
was not,
The,
was that a borrow?
the 1.8 million is at the 2022.
right,
So that was a borrow.
So I guess what we're
but
looking for
hasn't been
is,
actually borrowed.
there's 4.8 million, some's been borrowed, some's been spent,
Spent.
so there's some in the bank. Knowing those three numbers would be good.
Right, right.
Then knowing
Thank you.
rough
Thoughts?
estimate of ADA design, a best case, worst case range for
Implementation.
ADA implementation, and confirmation that that work and then the design work for HVAC would be done before our fall town meeting next year.
And a number on HVAC inflation.
They don't have a final design yet, but they,
Just gonna be year over year.
7%
There's
a
a
year.
year delay?
yeah, but there wasn't a final design of the HVAC yet, is the issue. I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. We can ask. I think that number will be unreliable at this point.
It's a little surprised we borrowed money for HVAC, but we haven't gotten a design yet.
That's what I thought.
I thought,
I thought we had
I
the
thought
final
we,
number.
I thought we had the final number. It came in way over what we had estimated, and that's why we borrowed more.
Exactly.
And
Yeah,
that was gonna
that's
get
why
it all
we
done,
borrowed.
That's
then we
what
took the ADA, so that's.
Right.
Okay.
We
So
just-
we can do that.
And also some of the money, so one of the articles, the one from 2019, reallocates
That was the,
6 different
yes,
funding sources, so that's also part of the equation.
right. That's that.
That's
And we, well, this is different because we're expanding the scope, but remember we said we're never gonna do that again. This is different,
Right. No,
but,
this is different.
Yep, it is.
Okay.
okay,
Okay, issues and correspondence.
please.
We
Can
did
I
all
ask a
those.
clarifying question? So, Articles 8 and 28, vote of support would happen on town meeting floor?
Yeah, or it could be earlier, just,
And 30.
Or to later
In 30?
Or could it not be on the 3rd?
Or are you planning on doing this on the 3rd?
if we had information on any of them for the 3rd,
Okay.
just put an
Support for warrant articles.
Yeah.
on
an
the
agenda
third.
item on the 3rd, vote to consider supports of articles on the
We'll get
warrant.
as far as we can.
And if we can do any of those 3, we'll
Okay.
do it. If not,
Sounds good.
No,
we can do it the 11th, we'll put,
right,
then we could do it at
Yeah.
town meeting floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
And our goal, I'd love to get everything done on the 3rd, then we have a vote for everything, but,
Yeah. Yeah.
okay.
Okay, sounds good.
And you got all the other ones.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay, issues and correspondence to the select board. I'm only 2 hours and 20 minutes late.
and are you gonna speak to, Arts on the Common? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Then I have nothing. Thank you.
John?
I'm good, thank you.
Arts and Common, 11 a.m. this coming Saturday, October 1st.
For anyone that's still
11 to
watching.
5. Attend, should be a great day as always. A lot of activity, Bay State Commons. Thank you.
Bullet point.
Oh, my God.
Given the late hour, I have nothing that's time sensitive.
I will just say a couple quick things. One is there's a Coke giveaway at the food pantry during food pantry times this week and next for families in need. And then I have one question or an issue, and that is I've had a number of residents ask me about the painting of Lyman Street still hasn't occurred, and that's an issue. 2 elderly residents in particular came and asked me. They were having difficulties being able to navigate that during the evenings that live in that area. And then the other question I have, which actually got talked a little bit about earlier tonight, which I think might warrant a hearing at a future board meeting. There's been a number of residents that have approached me about the 1-hour parking, and my understanding is in order to change that, we as a board would have to have a hearing. So I think that might be something we would want to consider at a future date. That's all I had.
Did they give you is it too long, too short?
Too short.
There's been a lot of discussion about extending it to 90 minutes.
92 hours. I mean, I wasn't part of, obviously, the original discussions about that, but there's a number of, new businesses in the area, restaurants, et cetera. It's a little hard. If you're at a table, you had to park there for 1 hour.
I don't think any of you were part of those discussions. We haven't had a traffic rules and regulations hearing in a long time, so.
The other request would be start and stop hours for the time restriction.
Right, if it's only from certain times, yeah.
The line painting was supposed to start on Friday night at 10 o'clock.
This Friday or last Friday?
Last Friday.
Okay.
Weather, right?
That's the latest update I had. So so it's coming.
Rain last night.
I mean,
Okay. All right, great, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Do I start? Okay.
I second.
I move we enter into an executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, Fire Chief Patrick Purcell. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Police Patrol and the Police Supervisor Union. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, with respect to litigation regarding residences of Westborough Station, Northland, TPLP, LLC at 100 Charlestown Meadows Drive, enforcement of affordable housing. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A6, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate at 231 Turnpike Road and 57 West Main Street. And under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, to act under the authority of the Select Board to approve executive session minutes of September 13th, 2022.
And I declare that an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the board's bargaining and litigating position, and the board will not be reconvening in open session at the end of executive session. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Roll call vote.
Welch, yes.
Edinburgh, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Keough, yes.
So yes.
Thank you to Westborough TV and Aiden. Hopefully he's still awake in there. I know I wouldn't be, but thank you, everybody.